That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
That's all.
Thanks for being with us. Quite a special Mother's Day weekend for a studious mom and her son. Brandy Fields and her son Kyle graduated from Texas Christian University together on Friday, donning matching purple Nike sneakers, one of the school's colors. They both received their graduate diplomas at TCU's first commencement ceremony solely for grad students. Kyle, who's 22, received his master's in liberal arts. His 50-year-old mother earned an executive MBA at the private university in Fort Worth. For Kyle, who earned a bachelor's in communication studies from TCU in 2023, seeing his mom hit the books served as a motivator for him. The uniqueness of their joint accomplishment is not lost on the twosome. As Kyle says, not everybody gets to say that they were able to go to school at the same time as their mom, especially at a master's degree level. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
President Trump in Saudi Arabia.
The main focus, business investment.
The outlook for tariffs.
Let's be clear, what we need is certainty.
Air traffic control upgrade.
Our hope is to have new technology in these towers.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, President Trump arrived this morning in Saudi Arabia. Start of a Mideast trip that's billed as an opportunity to strike new deals. CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Jiang.
Saudi fighter jets welcomed President Trump by air, and on land, a royal team rolled out the lavender carpet, a symbol of growth and prosperity. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is offering to invest $600 billion into the U.S. during Trump's presidency. Trump has said he wants even more.
I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion.
The president has attracted several high-profile business leaders to join him for an investment summit today, including the CEOs of Uber, BlackRock, and NVIDIA. Meanwhile, Trump is defending his enthusiasm over Qatar offering a Boeing 747 worth $400 million.
I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person, say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane.
The luxury plane would be transferred to the Defense Department until it's ready for use by the president as Air Force One. Some Republicans in Congress have voiced their concern.
It's not going to pass the smell test, so I wouldn't do it.
While Democrats are slamming the potential president.
His shameless self-enrichment is without equal in American history.
President Trump has said he'll speak with China's President Xi later this week on the heels of the 90-day truce in their tariff battle. Xi spoke today to leaders in South America and Latin America, saying there are no winners in tariff wars or trade wars. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Despite a reduction in tariffs on Chinese goods over the next 90 days, a 30% import tax will remain in effect. Some business leaders are cautiously optimistic, but warn consumers could still see higher prices. Shipping activity has already slowed as businesses have canceled orders from China. They've dropped 27% year over year in the last week of April.
Well, President Trump's Mideast envoy met today with Idan Alexander, the Israeli-American soldier released yesterday. Steve Witkoff said negotiations for a more lasting Gaza ceasefire have begun, and he hopes more hostages will be released soon. CBS's Tom Hansen is in Tenafly, New Jersey, where Alexander was raised.
Seeing was believing in Idan Alexander's hometown in New Jersey. Michael Leschner went to Tenafly High School with Alexander.
It's honestly just incredible that he is alive. He's truly a fighter, and he's an incredible person. But looking at him, he definitely looks, much thinner. He looks a lot more pale than when, he left, for sure.
The Alexander family is still figuring out when they will return to the United States. Idan is currently undergoing medical treatment at a hospital in Tel Aviv.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says a new software update prevented a third radar outage over the last 2 weeks at New Jersey's Newark Airport when a telecommunications line failed over the weekend. The delays continued at Newark yesterday, with average backups of more than an hour and a half due to staffing shortages. Duffy is pushing for fast action on a broad administration overhaul.
If Congress approves our plan, the president's plan, to build a brand new air traffic control system, work at Newark is going to be a priority. We will do that first. 59
white South Africans were welcomed to the U.S. as refugees yesterday. The Trump administration says they've been victims of discrimination and violence. The country's government denies that. It's the World News Roundup, and it's 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no. So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
The woman at the center of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial in New York is due to testify today. Cassandra Ventura, the singer known as Cassie, sued him 2 years ago, alleging years of abuse. A hotel surveillance video shown to the jury showed Combs beating her in 2016. In Paris, the actor Gerard Depardieu has been convicted at his sexual assault trial.
18 months suspended. That's the sentence the Paris court handed the 76-year-old actor after it found him guilty of 2 counts of sexual assault. Depardieu was convicted of forcefully groping a set dresser and an assistant producer while filming in 2021. The actor, who denied the charges, was not in court for the verdict. His lawyer says he will appeal the verdict. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
Also in Paris, Kim Kardashian is testifying today in the trial of 10 men accused of stealing more than $6 million worth of jewelry from her apartment in 2016. In a win for the Trump administration, a federal judge is refusing to block the IRS from sharing immigrants' tax data with Immigration and Customs Enforcement for identifying and deporting people here illegally. In the Atlanta area, a woman is in ICE custody after a mistaken traffic stop.
Police in Dalton hold a press conference Monday evening to announce that they're dropping charges against Jimena Arias Cristobal. The 19-year-old college student was arrested for making an illegal turn and didn't have her driver's license on her. That led to her being sent to an ICE facility in Columbus. Assistant Police Chief Chris Crossan says after reviewing the dash cam video, she actually did not make that illegal turn.
Again, it's certainly something that we regret that we've ended up where we are.
Crossan says they've notified Jimena's lawyers to let them know of the drop charges. Michelle Wright for CBS News, Atlanta.
The New York Times, citing court documents, reports the Agriculture Department will restore information about climate change that was scrubbed from its website when President Trump took office. The deleted information includes pages on federal funding and loans, forest conservation, and rural clean energy projects. California Governor Gavin Newsom is urging local governments to use a law his administration has drafted to ban and clear out homeless encampments.
It is time to take back the streets. It's time to take back the sidewalks. And it's time, I think, to just end the excuses.
His plan includes $3 billion in grants for facilities to treat homeless people and others with mental health and drug problems. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The country's largest movie chain is rolling out the red carpet for summer with discounts.
This island was the research facility for the original Jurassic Park.
Beginning July 9th, AMC will offer half-off ticket prices on Wednesdays in a bid to lure film fans to theaters to see the next chapters in the sagas of both Jurassic World and Superman. To get the deal, you have to join the chain's free loyalty program. Hollywood studios have been urging theaters to be more price conscious in order to fill seats post-pandemic as streaming threatens their extinction. Jurassic World Rebirth debuts July 2nd. Superman flies into cinemas a week later. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Months after the controversial trade of superstar Luka Doncic, the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA draft lottery last night and are likely to select Duke sensation Cooper Flagg. And that's the CBS World News Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Washington State Patrol arrested a driver for DUI after they caused a crash that seriously hurt a worker. It happened around 1:30 this morning on SR 7 at 188th. Troopers say a car hit a traffic control trailer, which was pushed forward into one of the workers. That worker was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. Troopers say the car caught fire right after the crash. The driver was pulled out by people nearby and was also taken to the hospital. Right now, a man is fighting for his life after being pulled out of a burning home in Everett Monday night. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman spoke with neighbors.
The fire started on the right side of the house.
But that didn't deter neighbors from wanting to help out.
My dad started yelling, "Let's go help him."
And once Alexander and others got to the burning home,
I walk around the car and I see the man on the porch just laying there all in blood, just eyes open wide, not blinking once.
And Alexander says things got disturbing from there.
When we picked up the guy, he was like, "No, guys, shoot me. Take a gun, shoot me."
I saw the guy he was out on the street bleeding.
Although many are still shaken by this, neighbors are hoping the man at the center of this pulls through.
Meantime, Seattle police have a man in custody for stabbing one person and robbing another. This happened just before 6 last night. Officers found a man who had been stabbed in the arm near California Avenue Southwest. He was taken to the hospital. Police said the suspect also grabbed a second person's arm and stole her purse before threatening a third person with a knife. Neither of those people were hurt. Officers found and arrested the suspect near 51st Avenue and Southwest Pritchard Street. People convicted of dangerous driving will now have speed-limiting devices installed in their cars. KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay reports.
In March of 2024, an 18-year-old named Chase Jones, who had recently been involved in some high-speed crashes, slammed into a van at 112 miles an hour in Renton. A woman and 3 children died. That tragedy inspired House Bill 1596. State Representative Mario Levitt was the bill's prime sponsor.
It's the family members who got us to this day. They're the ones who were willing to share their story over and over and over again.
She and those families were in the room Monday when Governor Ferguson signed the bill into law. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Last month, Chase Jones was sentenced to more than 17 years in prison. Whatcom County reported its first confirmed case of mumps in 7 years. Health officials say the patient was an adult who may have been exposed to the virus while traveling on a cruise ship overseas. There is no risk to the public. There is no treatment for mumps, but the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine can prevent it. A suspected norovirus outbreak has sickened about 50 students at Discovery Elementary School in Gig Harbor. KIRO 7 TV's Monique Minlavin has more.
Tacoma Pierce County Health District was notified Friday. They sent staff to the school to help with infection prevention and cleaning. The agency also helped the school serve bag lunches today. Kitchen staff will need to remain symptom-free for 48 hours before food can be prepared at Discovery again.
A familiar voice has returned to T-Mobile Park for the Mariners-Yankees series.
I'm telling you, hey now, hey now, hey now!
Longtime M's broadcaster Dave Sims now calls Yankee games for WFAN. He tells our sister station 710 Seattle Sports.
Seattle's been very, very good to me. So, I mean, it's fun to be back.
The Mariners lost Game 1 of the series last night with the Yankees by a score of 11-5. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 6:40. Listen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. And now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Bellevue to Federal Way, about 24 minutes. Everett to Bellevue, 25. Everett to Seattle, about 26 minutes. And Linwood to Seattle, about 15 minutes. And for your forecast, we are mostly cloudy today. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Crime and Punishment, our weekly check-in with Casey McNerthy at the King County Prosecutor's Office. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
KIRO News Radio, winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards. Feature reporting, sports reporting, and overall excellence.
And we thank you. We are the Northwest leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
KIRO News Radio. on 97.3 FM.
Watch and listen anywhere by downloading the KIRO Newsradio app, and always stay connected at mynorthwest.com.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the new Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced new Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the new Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret, and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the new skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Time is running out to save during our preseason AC sale happening now at Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Don't miss your chance to save 10% on a new air conditioner, heat pump, or ductless system to keep your home cool all summer long. Join thousands of satisfied customers and put your trust in the team voted best in the Pacific Northwest year after year. Hurry and call Bob's for your free AC estimate today.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Announcing the newest, most beautiful senior living community around. It's the grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell, a Care Partners senior living community. Amanda here. Discover vibrant, independent, assisted living and memory care where seniors thrive with top-notch care, engaging activities, and a warm, welcoming environment. Visit carepartnersliving.com now to schedule a visit and be one of the first to call Vineyard Park at North Creek home. The grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell going on now. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO News Radio.
Time for crime and punishment, and he joins us every week. Casey McNerthney from the King County Prosecutor's Office with a look at some of the cases they have handled in the previous week. And we start with this guy in Renton. For lack of a better word, I know you say human trafficking here. This guy's a pimp?
That's what he was convicted of, yeah. Human trafficking and promoting prostitution.
And so here we go. This is he gets 35 years in jail?
Yeah. And, you've seen some murder cases that don't get that much time. But what happened here was the King County Prosecutor's Office asked for 36 and a half years. And really, the reason for that is the behavior, the way he treated the victim. When you read through the court documents of the not only the allegations, but what he was convicted of, you see pretty clearly why that request was appropriate. And, of course, his defense asked for less, and the judge, after hearing from both sides, went with 35 years.
And I am reading in court documents, prosecutors describe this guy as someone who has utter disregard for court orders, had more than 60 warrants for his arrest over his lifetime. He was told not to have guns. He did. So he's going to jail for a long, long time.
Yes, absolutely. And, part of why this was possible was because of the work of Bellevue Police. They take these crimes of human trafficking and promoting prostitution very seriously. And their investigators are among the best in the state. I mean, really arguably the best in the state. And we appreciate their work because that's what allowed prosecutors to go to court and show this information that Bellevue Police found to say, hey, this is what is alleged and what the investigators found. And it's hard to read, but I think it's reassuring for folks to know that Bellevue Police take it so seriously and that it's such a thorough case that they brought to prosecutors.
And we're going to learn some things now. There's a team in the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office called the High Priority Repeat Offenders Group. Those senior deputy prosecutors handle exactly the cases in the name, the repeat property offenders who are prolific, home break-ins, vehicle prowls, things like that. There is one particular case that is making headlines, though, Casey.
Yeah, there was a guy just the other day who a jury came back and said, you're guilty of multiple felony crimes. There were 7 in total, 2 counts of residential burglary, 4 gun theft cases, and also identity theft. You know, when you have folks who commit these property crimes, what you often hear from defense attorneys is, oh, it's just property. It's just a property crime. I've never heard a victim who's had their house broken into say, oh, it's just a property crime. You know, it's such a dismissive way to refer to victims and to the crime. And I think that each of you would appreciate the work, especially if you saw it day in and day out of this high priority repeat offender group. They take folks like this and not only get convictions, but also ask for rapid recidivism aggravating factors, which allows for longer sentencing times. And the people who don't often make the news, because the news has understandably folks, murder and rape cases, the most serious violent crimes. But the folks who also repeat these property crimes in violation of court orders, those are the folks that this team knows, the ones who they see over and over, and they go to court to say, hey, we've got to really have a significant sentence here.
Well, we say property crime. This guy in particular, this is a guy who busted into homes while people were inside at the time, maybe sleeping, or maybe watching TV. They weren't paying attention. This guy gets into their house, steals a gun. That could go sideways in a heartbeat. And if we just say that is property crime, you haven't been following the news of what can go tragically wrong.
Absolutely. That's exactly the way to say it. Anytime that you have somebody in your house when you're asleep and they're stealing guns, there's such a possibility there. Technically, the law says that's still a nonviolent crime. It doesn't feel that way if you're the victim.
His sentencing is scheduled for next month. You mentioned significant sentence. What does that mean? What's he facing?
Several years. And what King County prosecutors will ask for is a very significant sentence. I've got to be careful before the sentencing, but I'll also get some more information not only on that sentencing, but on that team to share with you after that sentencing next month.
Yeah, we'd like to see that. And then lastly, this is going to be signed into law, the hate crimes law. There has just been some clarification on that because, as we have discussed in prior interviews, there's confusion among juries about what is a hate crime and what isn't. And so a couple words were added to the law. Can you explain that?
Yeah, the added words are in whole or in part. And Representative Cindy Ryu was a big help in getting this bill moved along, was a huge supporter. And this was something that the King County Prosecutor's Office advocated for because we saw juries come back and think that because it's not clearly stated that it was in whole or in part motivated by hate, that there were some cases that I think the three of us and most of the listeners would look at and say, well, that sure should be a hate crime, where there weren't convictions. But now it's very clear for jurors, and we're glad to see that on the governor's desk this afternoon.
Casey McNerney, King County Prosecutor's Office. Casey, thanks for your time today.
You bet. It's great to see you both.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, mostly cloudy today. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland on the Pentagon's push to remove books that address diversity from military libraries. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Hey, it's Doctors King and Copstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, and let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to K2VisionRLE.com.
For many years now, Heritage Homecraft has been making stunning kitchens for the folks of Puget Sound. Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. When we resurface your existing cabinet boxes, install custom-built cabinet doors, and tailored quartz countertops, it'll transform any old, outdated kitchen into the showpiece of your home as it ought to be. All done in about a week without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of a complete tear-out. Not a national chain, your new kitchen is designed, created, and installed by a team of dedicated craftspeople who live and work here in the Pacific Northwest. Have one of our professional representatives out for a free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to you and leave you with an exact quote for your new kitchen. I promise you'll be amazed by the quality and transformation. Just ask any one of our thousands of satisfied customers. If you call today, there's still time to have your new kitchen installed before summer. Call today, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
She and Ursula agreed to disagree.
When I think of Seattle, I think about a really thriving place.
I think it's going to be hard to overcome that perception of being unsafe.
Weekday mornings at 11:06 on KIRO News Radio.
Well, this is pretty fun for me. Normally, Shannon O'Kelly and I are talking physical therapy, but today we are talking First Mark Insurance. You made the call to First Mark. You took the challenge. Why?
Brock, I was looking for a local agency that I could align with similar values, and they've helped us here at IRG. They shop different plans. They find the best plan for you, the best price, the best coverage, great customer service, and great connectivity.
Did they save you any money along the way?
Absolutely, they saved us money. Obviously, here at IRG, I have several needs in the insurance industry, and they look at those needs A to Z, and they find out what kind of coverage you need, what is the best coverage, at what cost, and they're always looking to save money. And again, it's all about providing my company, IRG, great customer service.
Well, Shannon and IRG, they took the challenge. Molly and I, we took the challenge. Are you confident that your business is getting the very best when it comes to your insurance needs? If not, take the First Mark Challenge today, and it's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you. firstmarkinsurance.com.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates mean seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Hey there, Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Want to keep your home happy and prevent roof water damage? The answer is gutters. So if you're looking for gutter installation, cleaning, gutter guards, or repair, Guardian is here to the rescue. With Guardian's exclusive gutter and gutter protection systems, we are able to provide our own 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter systems we install. Call today and get $250 off a gutter guard installation or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. President Donald Trump is in Saudi Arabia to kick off his 4-day visit to the Middle East. He'll also visit the United Arab Emirates and Qatar. Qatar is the country that offered to donate a $400 million luxury jumbo jet to the president to use as Air Force One. But he's facing pushback from critics who say the gift crosses ethical lines. CBS's Weijia Jing is traveling with the president and has more.
Trump is defending his enthusiasm over Qatar offering a Boeing 747 worth $400 million.
I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane.
The luxury plane would be transferred to the Defense Department until it's ready for use by the president as Air Force One.
900 healthcare workers in Bellingham are on the picket line as part of a planned 5-day strike. Workers at Peace Health St. Joe's Medical Center walked off the job yesterday and will stay on strike until Saturday. At issue, better pay and benefits. Workers say they didn't want things to come to this, but talks have stalled.
We've done everything step by step to try to avoid this. And we even had bargaining dates when we launched our strike notice, and they canceled the bargaining dates.
Peace Health says they've increased wages by up to 30%. Right now, a man is in critical condition after he was pulled from a burning home in Everett on Monday night.
It was rising fast. It was a lot of smoke at first. The fire started on the right side of the house.
Neighbors tell KIRO 7 TV the flames didn't stop them from wanting to help out.
I walk around the car, and I see the man on the porch just laying there all in blood, just eyes open wide, not blinking once.
The man was taken to Harborview Medical Center. The cause of the fire is under investigation. A stabbing suspect was arrested for a mini crime spree in West Seattle. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas has details.
This all started near Hiawatha Playfield on California Avenue Southwest. A 47-year-old stabbed in the arm. Police say that suspect went on to steal a woman's phone and then threaten another person with a knife. The suspect was caught a little while later on Southwest Pritchard Street.
It was a traffic nightmare in Seattle yesterday. All eastbound lanes of I-90 Mount Baker Tunnel were back open after it shut down for hours after a fiery collision between an RV and a car. Washington State Trooper Rick Johnson.
Thankfully, no injuries, but in that area, obviously, it's going to cause a mess.
The entire tunnel was consumed by smoke and fire. Luckily, no one was hurt. 3 people have died in a climbing accident in the North Cascades. KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch reports.
It happened at a popular rock formation in the area of the North Early Winter Spire. Christina Woodworth with Okanagan County Sheriff's Search and Rescue says 4 climbers from Renton and Bellevue were descending in a steep gully.
They were clipped into some sort of equipment and it was not able to hold their weight and it failed.
She says they fell together. 3 died. 1 survived Sunday's accident and hiked out for help. He's hospitalized. The bodies of the others have been brought down from the mountain. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic drive times, Issaquah to Seattle about 15 minutes, Topila to Bellevue about 20 minutes right now, Lynwood to Seattle about 15 minutes. And for your forecast, mostly cloudy today with highs in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor.
Well, the Trump administration continues its push to eradicate diversity, equity, and inclusion from areas of the government. Latest comes by way of a directive from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who has ordered all military leaders to pull and review books from academy libraries that address diversity, anti-racism, or gender issues.
Joining us now is CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland. Jeff, I haven't, to be honest with you, been inside a military library. I don't know if you've ever spent time inside there, but what is your understanding of how many books that reference DEI issues?
Well, Charlie, I spent a lot of time in military libraries. I taught on the faculty of the United States Military Academy at West Point as an officer. I taught on the faculty of the United States Naval Academy as a civilian. I was dean of the United States Army War College. So I've been to a lot of libraries that there are places where military cadets, midshipmen, and officers study. And this is, to me, is unbelievable because what we want is to educate officers. And to educate a person means that they have to have the ability, by one of the definitions, to maintain two conflicting views at one particular time. That's to my belief, the understanding of what an educated person looks like. And this is not really education, this is training. And it's just a real concern for me as we talk about a force that is diverse by definition. 40% of the force is people of color, about 20% of the force is women. Our efforts to try to root out anything that even talks about diversity or gender is just inconsistent with what the force that we're going to have these officers, cadets, and midshipmen leading is going to look like in the future. And it seems to me if you're trying to educate a person, that's one thing. If you're trying to train them, then that's quite a different thing. And I really would like somebody to tell me historically where a book-burning effort by any society turned out to be successful.
Aside from books dealing with race and gender, some of the books that are included on this list to be removed are books about the Holocaust. And wouldn't those include important military history stories about the U.S. involvement in World War II?
Well, certainly they would. They would talk about values. What were we fighting for? We were fighting for that shouldn't be done. We need to eliminate that. We need to eliminate those who would promote those things. And curiously enough, even beyond that, Amanda, down at the Naval Academy, where 400 books were removed from the library, they removed Maya Angelou's book on Why the Caged Bird Sings, which is about the Civil War reconstruction, of course, and the plight of African Americans in the aftermath of that particular Holocaust for them. But I understand that, but that Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler is still maintained on the bookshelves. So we have the United States Air Force Academy now, which in response to all these memorandums has decided to remove the word educate from its mission. But that's no longer what we're trying to do with cadets. We have efforts at the War College where I taught where in the middle of a semester, a course on the history of the black soldier or the role of women in the military were summarily canceled for the students in midterm because they were deemed to be inconsistent. And the memo that the secretary puts out talks about creating a committee that's going to review this. Well, I'd really like to know, I think a lot of people like to know, who is going to serve on that committee. And beyond these broad topical areas, tell me the criteria that we're going to go out and root out books out of libraries.
CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland. Jeff, always good talking to you. Thank you for your analysis.
Thank you, Charlie.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The John Curley Show.
They call him Reggie Smiley Wilson. How many years did you drive a Metro bus?
36 years.
You were the guy that had a smile sign. When people came on, you say smile, you do jokes.
That bus is reality. And everybody needs to know that, hey, man, my reality is no different from yours because I got to eat, I got to sleep, and I got to work. And I think we all want to do it a better way.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube, weekdays 3 to 7, and download the KIRO Newsradio app.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877, or GetRoofSmart.com.
Before taking your next flight, you'll need to be prepared. Start off with a visit to RealIDWA.com.
New ID requirements for travel are here.
There are multiple forms of ID you can use.
Whatever option you choose, make sure you have it with you before heading to the airport.
That way, you can travel stress-free.
Make sure you're prepared so you can relax and enjoy your flight.
Real ID has arrived.
Visit RealIDWA.com.
Hey, it's Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come to work for IRG. With just over 40 locations in the beautiful Pacific Northwest, you have the opportunity to work in the city and place you want with a great team, a great atmosphere, and great mentorship.
Shannon, what type of staff are you looking to hire? Is it just clinical staff right now?
We are looking to hire not only physical therapists, but also occupational therapists, exercise techs, athletic trainers, front office coordinators. We have a whole platform of different services we provide to the community.
Over 40 clinics in the Pacific Northwest. There are openings across the whole company. Head over to irgpt.com/careers and apply today. But Shannon, will they have any fun coming to work at IRG?
Oh my gosh, Brock, that's what it's all about. We want to have fun. We're all about passion. We're all about positivity. We want people to change lives. That's what we're doing here at IRG. We're changing lives, not only of our employees, our patients, and our communities. We want you to be your best self.
So head over to irgpt.com/careers, irgpt.com/careers, and apply today.
G. Scott here with former Seahawk Doug Baldwin. Tell us about Nourishing Champions.
We know the benefits for young people in sports, but we often don't think about the barriers. And one of those barriers is having proper nutrition. So Nourishing Champions, in partnership with Champions of Change and Safeway, is an effort to address those barriers so that our student athletes have what they need to excel both on the field and in the classroom.
High schools can apply for grants up to $25,000 from Nourishing Champions. Learn more at championsofchangefoundation.org/Nourishing Champions.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
CBS News Brief. We have breaking news out of Paris. A court there finds actor Gerard Depardieu guilty of sexual assault on a 2021 film set. Elsewhere, President Trump has landed in Saudi Arabia, as Naomi Rukum tells us.
Today, President Donald Trump meets with Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Riyadh. The main focus, business investment.
The president will go on to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. California Governor Gavin Newsom is urging cities and towns across his state to ban and clear out homeless encampments.
No more excuses. Time to deliver.
Newsom says there should be notice first and a good faith effort to offer shelter. On ESPN, NBA Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
The number one pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
And they're expected to pick Duke forward Cooper Flagg when the draft begins June 25th. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, mostly cloudy with highs in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger on the deal between the U.S. and China to pause tariffs, plus some advice for college graduates. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Homeowners, protect your biggest investment now with Integrity Roofing and Construction. Get ahead of the summer rush. Integrity, your family-owned, award-winning roofing and construction company, is ready to give your home the protection it deserves. Integrity offers a complete in-house construction division for all your projects. Integrity Roofing is known for top-notch service and on-site project management, making the process easy. Beat the summer rush and call Integrity today for a free estimate at 206-202-ROOF or online at integrityrc.com. That's integrityrc.com.
He flew fighter jets in 2 wars and taught you how to drive a car. He fed everyone on the block, but never shared his secret recipes. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
I'm Macy House with Baird Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Time to speak with CBS money analyst Jill Schlesinger. And Jill, the story coming across this morning is there has been some sort of informal agreement, at least, between China and the U.S. on tariffs. What are we to make of this?
Well, I mean, it's good news, I think, that we're talking. You know, that you can't have a negotiation without actually acknowledging, like, we need to talk. And we saw both sides blink and maybe recognize it needs to be restated that these tariffs are bad for both sides, really bad. And the economy was already coming under pressure. And there was a real concern that both the Chinese and the U.S. economies and the global economy was going to really feel the pressure and potentially see a recession because of these tariffs. So what we know is that both sides have said, okay, a little breathing room, next 90 days, what we're going to do is we're going to have the U.S. is going to reduce tariffs from 145% to 30% on China for the next 90 days, and China will cut its tariffs on U.S. goods from 125% to 10%. And they're going to meet again, and they're going to work on a bigger agreement. And by the way, the stock market is really psyched about this. This is a 3 to a 4% rise in stocks, and at least in the early go in the pre-market, and which might mean that we kind of like erase all of this post-tariff uncertainty. It looks like, if we get if we end up closing 3 or 3.5% higher in the S&P 500, that we could almost be back to flat on the year. That's incredible to imagine. We were down, almost 19% and then come all the way back from that. It shows you how much pressure and uncertainty those tariffs were creating.
It is absolutely dizzying. You mentioned both sides have blinked now. Would you expect a real concrete deal in 90 days?
I mean, I think that you could always have we don't have a deal, but we're extending another 90 days. Be on the lookout for that. I don't know whether there's going to be a deal, but it seems that both sides really want to make a deal. And that is, as somebody who has observed a lot of negotiations, business negotiations, divorce negotiations, when you observe like what it takes to get to the deal, both sides coming to the table is a very good first step.
All right, Jill. Now let's transition to your blog, JillOnMoney.com. It is graduation season, and that means there's always been a need for advice for college grads, and that's what you're talking about this week. What are some of the top things you want young people who are getting out of school to know?
Well, first of all, this is not my advice. I went out and tried to crowdsource financial advice, and I did it, and I broke it down in the blog post on age groups. So people who are 25 to 35 years old were, I think, really giving great advice. It is a tougher job market today than it was a year ago, and certainly much different than it was 3 years ago when there was a labor shortage. So it's going to be tougher to get a job. So here's the 25 to 35-year-old advice. Going from like the obvious, but I'm going to keep saying it. Do as many practice interviews as you can. One corporate attorney said that she had bombed her early interviews just because she didn't practice enough. I like the idea that your first job doesn't have to be your identity or your dream job, and that you really need to figure out how you can grow from each job you have. You may hate your job, but that's okay. There's something to be learned. And the path is not linear. You can, start in one place, go to another place. Somebody I know who might start in media, might end up being career coaching. And so all these things are really interesting to me. I think that it is important to not put too much pressure and to just get a job.
This is very interesting to me because I do have a senior graduated from Western Washington University in computer science, and he is having a heck of a time. He's applied for hundreds of jobs.
Yeah. Listen, I have heard this so often from young people as well as their parents and grandparents. And so, the young people, especially who are out in the workforce right now and graduating, not only do we have fewer jobs than we thought we were going to have, meaning that a lot of companies decided to put their hiring plans on ice for a while, but you're competing with recent graduates. So just think about your kid it could be competing with someone who's 22 or 27 years old with that same good college degree, but has some experience. And those younger graduates have often been the first laid off in the waves of layoffs. So what I would say is that you're right. It's tougher out there. That just really lends credence to don't look for your dream job. If your kid's like, I'm in software engineering, but then all of a sudden can get a job, I'm going to make this up, can get a job at a software company in sales, and they really like that company, open the door, walk in and get that job, and then figure out what the next job is. I thought that one piece of advice that I found quite interesting was from a young person who graduated into the Great Recession in 2009. And I thought this advice of take any job in your field or at an organization you admire. Getting a foot in the door and getting your resume started is more important than a glamorous or perfect first role. I thought that was great advice.
We're just about out of time, but you mentioned you spoke with different age groups, and I'm just curious how their advice was different from the younger group.
Listen, I think that a lot of people who are older in their 40s and their 50s, they were a little bit more high level. Like, talk to as many people you know who have jobs that you think are just interesting and just interview them. Like, find out about their own paths, right? And I love this one from a radio anchor, okay? Follow up with your introductions. Writing a thank you note to someone who has gone out of their way for you can make a difference. This just fries my onions, gang. When someone has asked me to do a favor and doesn't follow up with me, doesn't thank me, it's a real good way for me to never respond to an email again.
Fries your onions. I love it.
Jill Schlesinger, CBS News, Jill on Money blog. Jill, thanks, and we'll talk to you next week.
Take care.
For your KIRO News radio forecast, mostly cloudy today with highs in the mid-60s. Right now, it's about 49 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, including Overall Excellence.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey live in Linwood.
A bunch of tall trees in a wooded area just off of Alderwood Mall Parkway.
And we thank you.
We are the
Northwest's leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in. From every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
Up play. Air Williamson reels it in.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch and a 2-2 on the way to Young. It is strike 3 called and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Be here for this week's Mariners marquee matchup. Cal Raleigh and the crew are squaring off against Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees tonight at 6:40 and tomorrow afternoon at 1:10. Don't miss the action. Go to mariners.com/tickets to lock in your seats for this ALE showdown at T-Mobile Park.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
You pledged your life to serve. You made sacrifices, lost loved ones. At VA, we don't see the falls you've taken. We see the 1,000 times you've stood back up. We embrace your uniqueness and won't trivialize your hardships. We can't promise to heal all wounds or wash away all trauma, but we do see a path forward. We see all veterans. We see you. Learn how treatment works and recovery is possible. Visit maketheconnection.net.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news.
A minimum wage increase proposal is moving forward in unincorporated King County.
KIRO News Radio.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification. We want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
As we age, the home can become an unsafe place, but at Care Partners Senior Living, help is always nearby. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, so you can participate in activities whenever you like and socialize at your own pace. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You could say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You could ask on your couch while you binge watch.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
If it's time for a new bath, go with a name you can trust, Bathfitter Northwest. Bathfitter is the original one-day bath remodeler, and right now they're offering 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Call Bathfitter today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Even as President Trump's new tariffs kicked in, inflation cooled for the third straight month in April. Consumer prices rose just 2.3% year over year. Many economists still believe inflation will be climbing soon. So says bank rate analyst Stephen Cates is the Federal Reserve.
They're still anticipating that it's coming in 2 or 3 months and that some of these policies are going to work their way through the system and impact inflation in the next month or a few months down the line.
A highlight of the new report, egg prices fell for the first time in 9 months, but they're still near record highs. President Trump arrived in Saudi Arabia today with the goal of sealing economic agreements with a key Middle East ally.
We would be creating tremendous numbers of jobs in the United States, and we have the best product. We have the best military equipment in the world by far.
Saudi prince has already committed to about $600 billion in new investment in the U.S. A reality TV superstar has taken the stand at court in Paris. Photographers angling for best shots as Kim Kardashian arrived, then began testifying about robbers who held her at gunpoint as they stole millions of dollars of gold and diamond jewelry. Criminal defense attorney Caroline Polisi tells CBS Mornings.
She can emote saying just how really terrified she was during this 2016 invasion in that high-class Paris hotel in which she was alone.
Kardashian testified she thought she was going to die. Day 2 of the Sean Combs sex crimes trial gets underway shortly. A key witness could take the stand as early as today. His ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, could testify. A California woman's filed a class action lawsuit over storage baggies.
In her lawsuit against Ziploc's parent company, SC Johnson & Son, Linda Cheslow claims its microwave and freezer-safe bags release microplastics when they're microwaved or frozen. Then those microplastics are leached into consumers' food. She claims SC Johnson knows the bags are not safe or green, but they don't want consumers to know it. SC Johnson has not commented on the lawsuit. Health experts have found microplastics can lead to cancer, hormone disruption, and cognitive decline. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A new law in Virginia will require social media companies to set default times to limit kids under 16 to 1 hour of scrolling a day. Democratic State Senator Skylar Van Valkenburg says it is critical.
You see how much it hinders their ability to do well in school, and you see how much it hinders their socialization with their friends. And, you know, all the kind of mental health stuff has been well documented in the press.
Dow futures down 165, NAS futures up 56. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03 on a Tuesday morning. We check in at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
Morning, Charlie. We're off to a pretty good start today. Certainly a little bit better than we had yesterday. No crashes on the board so far, so let's try to keep that going. If you're coming up the Valley Freeway, you're already going to have about 40 minutes to make the drive from Puyallup up into Renton. And getting to 167 is a little little heavy on 410 again this morning past Traffic App. I haven't found anything there, but a little bit of volume, maybe a little bit of construction. But all in all, not too bad. And then Renton to Bellevue is running under 20 minutes. Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy at 35. And then Federal Way to Seattle, about 40, maybe just a little under, depending on how you hit the volume. Not too bad in Marysville or across the Trestle or heading towards Linwood. So far, Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue is running right around 35 minutes. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. A 20-year-old man is behind bars right now after he stabbed one person, then robbed another in Seattle.
We get the details this morning live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Manda, scary stuff here. This happened on California Avenue in West Seattle outside the PCC market there. Yesterday evening, police say the suspect stabbed his first victim, a 47-year-old man, in the arm. That victim ran back inside the PCC to get some help. He was taken to Harborview in stable condition. Well, next, police say the suspect ran up to a second victim, grabbed her arm, and stole her phone. Then, police say he threatened a third victim before taking off down the street. Police searched the area with a canine and found the suspect less than a mile away. He was booked into King County Jail on suspicion of assault and robbery. No word yet if drugs or another issue is involved here.
Luke, thank you. It's 6:05. 3 people have died in a climbing accident in the North Cascades. KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch reports.
It happened at a popular rock formation in the area of the North Early Winter Spire. Christina Woodworth with Okanagan County Sheriff's Search and Rescue says 4 climbers from Renton and Bellevue were descending in a steep gully.
They were clipped into some sort of equipment and it was not able to hold their weight and it failed.
She says they fell together. 3 died. 1 survived Sunday's accident and hiked out for help. He's hospitalized. The bodies of the others have been brought down from the mountain. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Governor Bob Ferguson signed a bill yesterday designed to crack down on speeding drivers. House Bill 1596 would require speed limiting devices in vehicles of people convicted of dangerous driving. It's dedicated to the memory of 4 people killed in a high-speed crash in Renton last year, including Theodore Smith's daughter, Andrea.
Out of nowhere, a missile slammed into her van.
She and 3 children died. The young man who caused the crash was sentenced last month to 17 and a half years in prison.
Seattle police broke up a large gathering of street racers over the weekend. With the story, here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Police say more than 100 street racers gathered near First Avenue South and South Spokane Street. This was around 11:30 Saturday night. Police flooded the area and dispersed the racers and the crowd that had gathered to watch. Right after that, about 20 vehicles gathered near 12th and Jackson. Police broke that group up. Then 10 more cars showed up at a parking lot near 4th and Denny. Police watched them until they left. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at MyNorthwest.com.
Well, great to have you here. It's Tuesday, May 13th, 2025. I'm Charlie, along with Manda.
Chris Sullivan is here, keeping an eye on the roads, and producer David Burbank is here, too. And the Mariners lost another.
Whew. 4 in a row. Yeah. 4 in a row.
All hope is not lost. You can't win them all.
You can't. You're right. It's a long season.
They still lead the division. So there's that. The rest of the division is kind of in the basement as well with us. So
all right. All right. So we're going to move on.
Today is an opportunity to start a brand new win streak.
Right. I'm trying to find the positive here, Amanda. Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Coming up this hour of the show, our weekly chat with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. What David thinks of the pause on tariffs with China and what to expect from the president's tour of the Middle East.
His onions were crispy this morning.
Indeed.
Yes. We'll also have some personal finance advice from Madrona Financial's Brian Evans.
It's now 6:08. No one was hurt when an RV crashed and caught fire inside the Mount Baker Tunnel yesterday. It shut down all eastbound lanes of I-90 for several hours. This driver spoke with KIRO 7 TV.
So everything stopped, and then I started to see these, bellows of black smoke coming up from sort of the other end of the tunnel, and knew that something serious had happened.
It started just after 12:30 in the afternoon. The road finally reopened about 7 o'clock last night.
The Department of Transportation inspected the tunnel for any damage, and they have a fire suppression system within the tunnel.
The Washington State ferry system is one step closer to building new hybrid electric boats, but the price tags may cause sticker shock. According to the Seattle Times, just 2 companies submitted bids by yesterday's deadline. One was Nichols Brothers Boat Builders on Whidbey Island. The other was Eastern Shipbuilding from Florida. Nichols' bid was over $1 billion to build 3 ferries. Eastern's bid came in lower, about $714 million for the same job. But the cheaper option doesn't always mean it wins, right, Sully?
No, there's a lot of considerations because while it might be cheaper to build down there in Panama City, they have to get the boats around here, so there's some travel costs that go along with that. There was a third one that was going to bid. They didn't for some reason, so we'll see where it goes from here. Yeah, that one from Nichols, 32% over budget over what the Washed Out was hoping for. So the other one was 2 under.
Okay.
So we'll see how it goes.
The goal is to award a contract by the end of June, and they're thinking even sooner than that. So
as fast as they can.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. It's now 6:09.
Spokane leaders are considering a move to slow down immigration enforcement. The Center Square reports it comes after ICE agents were seen patrolling the area. City Council member Lily Navarrete wants to block agents from entering city parks without a warrant. She says this is about protecting immigrant communities. Right now, federal agents can enter public parks freely. The new rule, though, would let parks be declared non-public, so agents would need permission or a warrant. Spokane's Park Board doesn't agree. They say it goes beyond their authority and conflicts with the city charter. The council will revisit this in the coming weeks.
Newly released body cam footage reveals a dispute between Lakewood Police Chief Patrick Smith and his neighbors. Last year, he reported someone was shining a flashlight into his house. So police set up a surveillance van in the neighborhood for several days. Eventually, they figured out it was the neighbors across the street walking their dog with a flashlight. The News Tribune obtained footage from the night an officer knocked on their door.
Shine them a little lower, just so it doesn't reflect on anyone's house. There's no misunderstanding, okay? Yeah, no, we'll make sure to do that.
Neighbors wonder why the chief just didn't come over and talk to them about the problem instead of calling out a bunch of officers. He says he didn't know if the light was coming from a would-be burglar or someone who was targeting him because he is the police chief.
A lawsuit's been filed now against Seattle Public Schools by the family of Amar Murphy Payne. He was killed outside Garfield High last June. According to police, he was shot while trying to break up a fight. Murphy Payne was a varsity football player just days away from graduation. His family says the school's security was insufficient. They filed the lawsuit in King County Superior Court yesterday. According to the Seattle Times, no suspects have been arrested.
Hundreds of healthcare workers walked off the job yesterday at Peace Health Hospital in Bellingham. Union workers include physician assistants, technicians, and housekeepers. A lab tech tells KIRO 7 TV they're fighting for better pay and benefits.
The goal is to have a good, fair contract, one that serves the most people possible in our union. We are at this point because nothing else is working.
They plan to stay on the picket line for 5 straight days. Hospital spokesperson says they have temporary workers in place as the bargaining continues.
Traffic and weather on the way, but first let's talk a little bit more about the Mariners.
Yeah.
A familiar voice returned to T-Mobile Park for the Mariners-Yankees series.
I'm telling you, hey now, hey now, hey now!
I miss the hey nows. Longtime Mariners broadcaster Dave Sims now calls Yankees games for WFAN. He tells our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Seattle's been very, very good to me. So, I mean, it's fun to be back.
Mariners lost game 1, 3-game series with the Yankees. The score was 11-5.
Oh,
Darn it.
You know, I'm glad I wasn't listening to WFAN. I mean, he wouldn't say the hey now for the Yankees now, would he?
Yes, he would.
Oh, that would be painful.
Kind of a trademark. It's
Ouch.
his. Anyway, game 2 of the series, 6:40. Better luck for the Mariners tonight. You can listen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
At 6:12, let's get a check on weather brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now in Seattle, it's 51 and cloudy. We're headed for a high of 65, maybe some afternoon sun breaks. Tomorrow, showers in the morning and then cloudy in the afternoon, a high of 60, and afternoon showers on Thursday, a bit cooler too, with a high of 55. Right now in Seattle, 51 with with clouds at 6:13.
And that's time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. How are we starting this Tuesday morning, Chris?
Well, we're not great now. And down in the Sumner area coming out of Puyallup, we've got a crash on northbound 167 just north of 410 coming out of Sumner. The right lane is blocked, and we're already backed up more than 2 miles all the way back to the 512 interchange, almost to the Puyallup River. So we've got big delays there. And the side impact of this is that 410 westbound is really jammed up now from Valley Ave. If you're on the Valley Freeway and you're starting there in the Puyallup area, it's probably going to take you about 50 minutes to get from Puyallup to Renton, and that's 30 of that is just getting up into Auburn. So that little corner of our map is not exactly happy right now. If you're continuing up the corridor, Renton to Bellevue's got about a 22-minute trip. Olympia to Tacoma, starting to see the brake lights getting through Lacey, but all in all, 35 minutes to Tacoma. Federal Way to Seattle, a little over 40 minutes now, so that's right where it should be. Coming down from the north end, enjoying a pretty decent drive. There's some brake lights in Marysville, a little bit down towards the trestle on 204. Highway 9 looks like its normal self as you come down across the river. Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue, running both right around 40 minutes. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
6:14, let's check in with Katrina Gashard at the editor's desk.
A man is in critical condition after he was pulled from a burning home in Everett on Monday night.
It was rising fast. There was a lot of smoke at first. The fire started on the right side of the house.
Neighbors tell KIRO 7 TV the flames didn't stop them from wanting to help out.
I walk around the car and I see the man on the porch just laying there all in blood, just eyes open wide, not blinking once.
The man was taken to Harborview Medical Center. The cause of the fire is now under investigation. Now to a robbery suspect with expensive taste. Police say a man tried to steal a $27,000 bracelet from Tiffany's in downtown Seattle. Seattle police just released video from January 29th. The man walks into the store, talks to one of the workers. He tries on the bracelet, then makes a run for it. The suspect ran into a security guard who managed to get the bracelet off his wrist and return it to Tiffany's. Bellevue police say he's the same person responsible for stealing another Tiffany bracelet the day after Christmas. Videos and photos of the suspect are on mynorthwest.com.
It's 6:15.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
On Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold about the big national stories of the week.
Oh, there is always something to talk about, isn't there? Good morning, David. Let's start with a deal between the U.S. and China this week. 90 days to get a new deal done. Were you surprised by the president backing down?
No, he's done this again and again in his first term and even this term on tariffs. He puts these huge tariffs in, they backfire, and that people worry about recession and prices go up, and then he backs off. He's done it with Canada and Mexico. I can't even count how many times. And, you know, the tariffs he put on China and that China put on us in return were so high that I didn't expect them to last. But, I mean, what has surprised me, though, is that he gets nothing in return for dropping these tariffs. Like, it's before. The things that he claims as sort of the victories that caused him to reduce the tariffs are basically nothing. So he just backs off, thankfully for the economy, but without getting anything for himself.
What does this tell other countries about negotiating with the U.S. over tariffs?
It shows, I think, what Canada already showed us, which was that the hard line works. Don't back down. Don't come groveling. Don't ask for some sort of special favor. Hit it back and show some strength, and that he will, he does not have the stomach for a long fight and will back off if you give him any reason to declare victory. So I think not every country has the muscle that Canada or China does. There are some small countries that are going to want to make deals, but I think what it shows people is that you can play hardball and wait Trump out, and it won't take that long.
Well, the president's approval rating has been dropping of late. Does this change things, this deal with China?
I don't think so. I mean, this stuff is, you have to remember how much this seems like noise to many voters. There's a deal, there's not, there's tariffs, there's not. I think Trump has already gone back and forth on so many of these things that people have kind of lost the plot about what he's doing and the deals that have been made. Trade deals, too, under any circumstances, are just not that exciting. People don't get fired up about somebody signing a trade deal. I think what will really determine his fate is whether prices go up. Remember, there's still a 30% tariff, even after they dropped the really high tariff, 30% tariff on Chinese imports, which is a lot. And if that kind of thing trickles down to prices, people are going to be really unhappy. So I think the change in prices will matter a lot more than whatever's happening at the diplomatic level.
At the same time, we can't ignore that Wall Street truly did react well to this news yesterday with a big jump. Let's move over to Saudi Arabia now, where President Trump is making his first major overseas trip. What is your analysis of what he's doing in the Middle East right now, David?
Well, he's going around the Middle East, and I think there's two things to watch for. One will be if they announce some sort of trade deals with these places. These are places that already really, really want to suck up to Trump and have already sucked up to Trump, and may make some big announcement that makes him look better. I think the other thing is just to look at the Trump family and all that they're doing to help benefit him privately in this region. There's I can't even count the number of new Trump developments going up in Israel, in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, and other places. So these places have found, and not to mention the cryptocurrency deals that are enriching Trump that these countries are participating in. So these countries are working really hard to buy Trump's favor privately, but literally by paying him or paying his companies. And to see how that develops during this trip and in the future, I think will be really interesting.
David, how common are these kinds of trips for a U.S. president?
Going to the Middle East is obviously not uncommon. That happens a lot. In some places, some presidents make that their first trip. The difference here is what I just said, that there are so many personal connections between Trump's company and these countries. They're investors. He needs permits from them. They are celebrating him doing business personally in their companies in a way that was not happening at all in his first term. That is really unusual. And like I said, a change even from Trump 1.
The world is going to need an unprecedented amount of energy in the coming years, mostly due to computing and resources needed for that. And oil is still a major supplier of that energy. What about this trip? Is that something that might be perceived as a good thing for Trump, that he's helping keep oil prices down?
Oil prices are low. I mean, in some places too low for American oil producers. But yes, he obviously is really focused on that and keeping gas prices down. And I think he would like oil and petroleum, natural gas, all those products to be a big part of the energy mix going forward, as these countries would too. I don't know how, there are much bigger forces going on than even the president that are determining the energy mix for the future. But he's certainly trying to bend that toward, in the way that these countries want, in a way that will include more fossil fuels.
Okay, before we let you go, I need to ask, have you ever seen one airplane garner so much attention?
No, this deal for the Qataris to give the United States and then Trump's foundation the new airplane is so unprecedented, both because it makes America look so small that we have to go begging for planes from, cast off planes from other countries, and also because it's such a blatant personal favor for Trump if the idea is that he will get to keep it and use it after he leaves office.
And the president is saying, listen, this is a good deal. Why would we want to spend money when we can be given this for free? You're not buying that?
Well, remember, it's not just a plane, right? It is just a plane right now, but it has to become Air Force One, which is a much different thing than just being a 747. There's all kinds of, anti-intelligence gathering equipment. There's missile defense. There's all kinds of things that go in Air Force One that a regular plane doesn't have. So it'll take a long time and a lot of money to turn this 747 into a usable Air Force One. What I don't understand is why they can't just take the gold fixtures and mahogany furnishings that are in this plane and put them in the current Air Force One. What he wants is a nicer Air Force One. It seems like fixing up the cabin of the current one's a lot easier than buying a whole new plane and then putting all the military stuff on that one. So it seems like it will be a lot of money for the U.S. no matter if the plane itself is free.
Well, we never lack things to talk about, David. We appreciate your time as always. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
Thank you.
At 6:22, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Chris Sullivan.
Well, we got a headache on our hands for those of you trying to come out of the Puyallup area, coming up Highway 7 out of Spanaway using the Valley Freeway. We've got this crash on 167 northbound just after the 410 interchange, blocking the right lane. And we have a 5-mile backup already behind this thing, all the way to the south, top of the South Hill. So this is impacting eastbound 512 getting into Puyallup, and then 167 getting out of Puyallup and heading up towards points north. So at least a 15 to 20-minute delay if you're in the back of that starting at South Hill. And then you've got about a 50-minute trip from basically the 167 corridor there before Sumner all the way up into Renton. And then Renton to Bellevue is running about 25. So that's a very difficult drive. 410 also caught up in this. If you can pop up and get on, say, at 24th, you will save yourself a ton of time. If you can work your way up the East Valley Highway and over to 24th, you will save yourself a lot of time. The northbound I-5 Federal Way to Seattle Drive is running right around 45 minutes now. We also have heavy brake lights through the Fife area coming up the hill, 20 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. Olympia to Tacoma, though, is not too bad. Out of the north end, getting closer to 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The brake lights in the usual places as you pull away from the Boeing Freeway down away from Linwood as well. So we're kind of off to it, but really that heaviest spot down in the southeast corner kind of our map as you work your way up the valley. This report brought to you by Pro Sculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
And our forecast, you might see a few peaks of sunshine, but for the most part, we're going to stay cloudy for today, warming up to 65. Showers are in the forecast for tomorrow and Thursday as well. Right now in Seattle, mostly cloudy and 51.
Well, yesterday was a big boom on Wall Street. On the opening bell report, will the market stay up after yesterday's spike? We'll take a look coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards. Feature reporting, sports reporting, and overall excellence.
And we thank you. We are the Northwest leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM.
Watch and listen anywhere by downloading the KIRO Newsradio app, and always stay connected at mynorthwest.com.
Ron is a musician.
Guitar is my love, and the thought of losing that ability was devastating.
You see, Ron was suffering from osteoarthritis.
I was starting to have pain, especially in my right thumb. I had gone to an orthopedic specialist, and they were coming up with options like fusing the joints together.
That's when Ron decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
The results are astounding. I couldn't have imagined it working as effectively as it has.
You'd recommend this to other people?
Oh, wholeheartedly. I am quite the fan of the stem cell therapy.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, or even your thumb, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
I'm singing from rooftops. Go see Dr. Wagner.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra after 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Whatever temperatures this summer brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training, and skills are backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. So whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new cooling system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. For a dealer near you, visit BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Why choose Care Partners Senior Living over in-home care? Amanda here. The answer is simple. Care Partners communities provide safe living spaces with medical professionals on site. We assist you with your mobility so you can participate in activities whenever you like. You can have privacy and socialize at your own pace. And you may find Care Partners more affordable than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing. When it's time to get that roof replaced, choose Guardian with our expert insured team and our Guardian Guarantee. Call now and get 1 year of maintenance free with the installation of a new roof, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good Tuesday morning, it's 6:30. Seattle police have a man in custody for stabbing one person and robbing another.
This happened just before 6 o'clock last night. Officers found a man who had been stabbed in the arm on California Avenue Southwest in the same block as West Seattle High. He was taken to the hospital. Police said the suspect also grabbed a second person's arm and stole her purse before threatening a third person with a knife. Neither of those people were hurt. Officers found and arrested the suspect near 51st Avenue and Southwest Pritchard Street.
A driver is under arrest on suspicion of DUI. This is after state troopers say he rammed into a parked dump truck and a worker.
This happened overnight along Highway 7 in Spanaway, and KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live with details.
That worker was on the other side of that dump truck and another vehicle along State Route 7 near 188th. So you've got JBLM on one side, and it's just down the street from Ace Hardware. State troopers say the driver crashed into the construction zone, hit those vehicles, and the vehicles hit the worker. The suspect's car then burst into flames, troopers say, and several people pulled that suspect out of the car. The driver was arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence. That worker was taken to a local hospital in serious condition. This happened just a week before National Work Zone Awareness Week. According to WSDOT, last year there were more than 1,600 work zone-related crashes on state highways. Close to 600 people were injured. So what do you think the top 3 causes for work zone crashes are?
Well, when I'm out every morning at 3 in the morning and watching all these work crews on the roadways, it's got to be speeding. It's got to be drunk driving.
Drunk driving, not one, unless you consider that distracted driving. So we've got speeding, distracted driving, and you could be on your cell phone, right? Mm-hmm. and following too closely. So just be safe out there, obviously, and let's hope that worker will be okay.
All right. Thank you, Luke.
A bill designed to prevent deadly speed-related crashes in our state has just become law, and we get the update from KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Governor Ferguson has now signed House Bill 1596, which would require those convicted of dangerous driving offenses involving excessive speed to have a speed limiting device installed in their car.
What's behind this bill is, of course, a really simple goal, which is to save lives.
The bill was inspired by a crash in Renton last year that involved a teen doing 112 miles an hour and crashing into a van, killing a woman and 3 children. The driver had been involved in multiple speed-related crashes in the previous 11 months. He was sentenced to more than 17 years in prison in April. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Sound Transit is, for the first time, reporting that light rail over Lake Washington will not happen by the end of the year. The schedule for linking Seattle and Bellevue is now trending toward early 2026. That is the first public acknowledgement of more delays. Sully, I think you have a typo in your script here. It says here, the extension over the lake was supposed to open in 2020.
No, that's correct.
Well.
No, that's correct.
Long ago.
Then it was supposed to open in 2023. And then 2024.
And then
2026.
Okay.
Yeah.
You called this from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Yes, I did.
You knew it wasn't going to happen this year.
Yeah. You throw COVID in there, you throw in bad concrete, you throw in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And we are where we are.
2026.
Only 6 years behind schedule.
All right.
And however many millions over budget, but that's okay.
Time is a flat circle.
How's the drive this morning?
I'm not sure what that means,
I don't
Charlie,
know either. I was just going to move along.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, positive news for those of you stuck on northbound 167 and eastbound 512 in the Puyallup area. The crash that started all this just north of 410 is clear. The state trooper is still over with the vehicle on the right shoulder, but the right lane has reopened. The backup, though, continues to extend all the way from South Hill down through Puyallup, across the bridge, and then past 410 in Sumner. So we have about a 4-mile backup and a pretty lengthy 20-minute delay. Caught up in this is westbound 410 as well, because you're driving right into what was a closed lane. So that whole little corner of our map is not very pleasant. Once you get through that, it's probably going to be, I would say, probably about 50 minutes to go from Puyallup to Renton. The rest of the map up that drive looks normal. Renton to Bellevue, though, getting closer to 30 minutes as we see the brake lights now extending up past 30th. Federal Way to Seattle's pretty heavy up before 320th and up to 272nd, excuse me, and then past the West Seattle Bridge. 50 minutes for your day there. Coming down from the north end, we're getting closer to 50 minutes as well from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
Not a bad day weather-wise. Will be mostly cloudy, but some peaks of sunshine and mid-60s for today. Here come the showers again tomorrow morning, then cloudy in the afternoon and 60. Showers on Thursday in the afternoon and 55. Should dry out again for a day on Friday. Right now in Seattle, it's mostly cloudy and 51.
Time for the opening bell, brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds.
Inflation hit a 4-year low in April. Consumer prices rose 2.3% from a year earlier. According to the Labor Department's Consumer Price Index out this morning, prices increased 0.2% from March. Groceries, used cars, and airfares fell sharply. Medical services and auto insurance costs rose. Inflation remains above the Federal Reserve's 2% goal.
Alaska Airlines' first Seattle to Tokyo flight took off from SeaTac Airport yesterday. Alaska merged with Hawaiian Airlines last September. The $1.9 billion merger expanded Alaska's network. Seattle Times reports plans include 12 nonstop global routes by 2030.
Seattle Storm and BECU are expanding their friendship. BECU secured naming rights to the Storm's training facility in Interbay. The $64 million facility that opened last April is now called the BECU Storm Center for Basketball Performance. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, Climate Pledge Arenas Court will be BECU Court starting May 25th. And BECU will also be on the Storm's practice jerseys.
We have that 90-day suspension of most, but not all of the tariffs between the U.S. and China. Now the Trump administration says the agreement will reduce the level of U.S. tariffs still in place on Chinese goods to about 30% as China reduces its levies on American products to 10%. CBS News correspondent Anna Coren is in Hong Kong.
China's economy has been vulnerable to President Trump's trade war.
Youth unemployment, lack of domestic consumption, and the fallout from the property crisis have exacerbated the pain at home. Economists I've spoken to say considering this was President Trump's trade war, he has caved to Beijing.
Trade conflict becomes very painful.
While world-renowned China expert Michael Pettis told me that neither side has the stomach for the economic pain of a worsening confrontation, which is why both sides have agreed to back off for now.
President Trump is in Saudi Arabia to kick off his 4-day visit to the Middle East. Before the president left, he held a news conference and talked about ways to lower drug prices. Here's CBS News correspondent Naomi Ruckham.
The president signed an executive order setting a 30-day deadline for drug companies to lower their prices to levels similar to those charged in other wealthy nations, or else they could face steep caps in Medicare payments.
Big Pharma will either abide by this principle voluntarily or will use the power of the federal government.
So who do you turn to with questions about finances? A new poll has some answers.
A new Gallup poll finds 43% seek out financial advice from friends and family. 41% use financial advisors and planners. 32% lean on banks and credit unions. The poll finds 20% look to podcasts, books, or social media. Just 12% investigate government resources. Gallup says young adults report a greater reliance on friends and family and digital sources than on financial advisors. The opposite is true of older adults and seniors. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
The country's largest movie chain is rolling out the red carpet for summer with discounts. Here's CBS's Deborah Rodriguez.
This island was the research facility for the original Jurassic Park.
Beginning July 9th, AMC will offer half-off ticket prices on Wednesdays in a bid to lure film fans to theaters to see the next chapters in the sagas of both Jurassic World and Superman. To get the deal, you have to join the chain's free loyalty program. Hollywood studios have been urging theaters to be more price conscious in order to fill seats post-pandemic as streaming threatens their extinction. Jurassic World Rebirth debuts July 2nd. Superman flies into cinemas a week later. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Mixed opening on Wall Street. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 141 points right now. That's 0.3%. S&P 500 is up 13. That's 0.2%. And the Nasdaq ahead by 111 points. That's 0.6%.
Now a word from KIRO 7 TV. Think those big box store online deals are a steal? Well, we found some of those ads aren't even from the store. KIRO 7 investigates how fake ads are being used to target you and how to spot them, plus the real deals that can save you big when buying in bulk. That's Thursday, 6:45 a.m. on KIRO 7 News in the morning.
All right, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the heavy backup on eastbound 512 because of an earlier crash on 167. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
The John Curley Show.
When I was shooting at a squirrel, I was like 10 years old. I traded out. It was a high-8 film that got confused with my mom and dad's high-8 films from Singapore. And it had a woman undressing, so it was like a nudie film. I didn't even think like I was going to miss. And it went right past the squirrel. Yeah. And it hit my neighbor's a great big picture window. He got me dead to rights.
John Curley, weekdays 3 to 7 on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory, well, it goes to Mike. Hey, Mike, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I moved here from New York City and found this great guy. It got pricey, but because he was good to us over the years, we stayed loyal to him. But then one day I got an increase that was quite unacceptable. So I made one phone call. I didn't do any shopping. My wife told me to call First Mark.
Mike, were they able to save you and your family money?
Oh, yes. It was over $100 a month.
What would you tell others they can expect when they call FirstMark?
The most competitive pricing that you can find. And they had terrific customer service. Even if you're on the phone with them, you can tell they have a smile on their face, so you can tell they love what they're doing.
Do you wish you would have made that call earlier?
I was just kicking myself as you were speaking because I didn't do it sooner.
Well, you just heard. Mike did it. My family did it. You got to do it too. It's totally free. Take the FirstMark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next FirstMark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com.
It's time to break up with bad contractors. You know the ones. They ghost your calls, cancel on you, and leave a mess behind. Ready to settle down? Swipe right on Valentine Roofing. Our team delivers seamless communication, maintains meticulous job sites, and we stand by our work with a lifetime warranty. Valentine Roofing offers an upfront and honest approach to roofing. So, say goodbye to bad contractor relationships and hello to Valentine Roofing. Schedule your free estimate today by calling us at 206 Roofing.
It's 6:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
I'm going to start down in the South Hill area of Puyallup, where we continue to see a very heavy drive down the hill to basically the fairgrounds, maybe just after, because of an earlier crash we had near 167 and basically before Stewart. So we have about a 10-minute delay left on 512 getting down the hill, and we've got about a 10-minute delay on westbound 410 trying to join into 167. But 167 itself from the Puyallup River up towards Renton is still running right around 50 minutes. 25 of those minutes are from the Auburn area, so you've got a rather average drive now, but except for the braking on 512. Renton to Bellevue is getting closer to a half an hour. The Maple Valley Highway is really struggling now, getting up through Cedar Grove. 18 over Tiger Mountain is going to be pretty rough too as you work your way through the construction zone. Olympia to Tacoma has got about a 35-minute trip and at least 20 from Tacoma to Federal Way because of the brake lights through the construction zone. Federal Way to Seattle about 50 minutes. 50 is also what we have from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, and that's today's kind of the meandering brake lights from the Boeing Freeway down to Linwood. It's really not too red until you get just after Linwood, but we are definitely heating up. The lake bridges, though, are in fine shape. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors, which is offering premium windows that are 25% efficient, more efficient, that is, than Energy Star ratings, and reduce outside noise by up to 50%. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
We're going to stay mostly cloudy for the day, warming up to about 65. I might see a few peaks of sunshine, but cloudy for the most part. Tomorrow, some showers early on. Thursday, we'll see the showers in the afternoon hours. Again, peaks of sunshine cannot be ruled out. Otherwise, just mostly cloudy. 60 tomorrow, 55 on Thursday. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 51.
6:45 now. Let's head over to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
A suspected norovirus outbreak has sickened about 50 students at Discovery Elementary School in Gig Harbor. The Tacoma Pierce County Health District was notified on Friday. They sent staff to the school to help with infection prevention and cleaning. Kitchen staff will need to remain symptom-free for at least 40 hours before food can be prepared again at the school. Last year's Super Bowl halftime performer will be in Seattle this weekend.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
So Kendrick Lamar will be joined by SZA this Saturday at 7 p.m. inside Lumen Field. It's part of the duo's grand national tour. The two artists collaborated on the Black Panther soundtrack song, All the Stars, as well as Luther off of Kendrick's latest album.
My kids love that halftime performance. That's the only part of the Super Bowl they watched.
It was iconic, honestly.
All right, Katrina, thank you. Coming up, a personal finance update with Madrona Financial's Brian Evans. The best way to manage your 401k in this tumultuous market.
Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified physician with over 30 years of experience here in Seattle, and he's performed over 15,000 stem cell therapy procedures. Also, he's one of the few doing it the right way, and Paul is one of his patients.
I do a lot of hiking and trekking. I knew my hip was going slowly. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and have to turn. The hip was sore. I'd limp a little bit. So I just went ahead and did it, and it brought me back to where I wanted to be.
So what gave you the confidence to go to Dr. Wagner?
My wife had it on her knees, and that had worked very well.
Where are you at now?
I don't even know what happened. It's perfectly functional. It's an amazing procedure.
So, whether it's a shoulder, knee, or hip, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, Find out if you're a candidate. Book your appointment now at drmarkwagnermd.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Time now for a personal finance update sponsored by Madrona Financial and CPAs. And lately, the stock market has felt so unpredictable. Up one day, down the next, up big time yesterday. And for anyone checking their 401k, this can trigger some real anxiety. So let's dig into it with our weekly chat with Madrona Financial's Brian Evans, host of Growing Your Wealth, which airs Saturdays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. here on KIRO News Radio. Brian, thanks for joining us this morning. And I first would like you to maybe tell people listening right now the story you told me about what the Dow was at when you started in this career and what it is now, and how that offers some perspective for everyone.
Yeah, I am dating myself a little bit, I think, when I tell this story. I promise you I wasn't riding a horse into work, but I have people tell me all the time that the Dow, the stock market looks like a roller coaster, but a roller coaster starts and ends at the same spot. The Dow, when I started public accounting, was 1,300, and now it's well over 40,000. So it is a very directional roller coaster, a directionally up, but not in a straight line.
So when people hear the market always comes back and the market always gains, for a lot of people, that might sound like a talking point, but what does the actual data show about this?
Well, I've done extensive research here, and the percentage of time that the market fully recovers after a big drop is 100%. I mean, and that's justified by the fact that it used to be 1,300 when I started working, and now it's in the 40,000s. It always recovers. It's just when, and do you have the time based upon when you're pulling money out to wait it out? That's kind of the big question.
I look at my 401k. I kind of cringe at times over the past few weeks. You were talking to me recently about a woman you spoke with who said she was looking at her 401k and realized she can't retire. What happened there?
Yeah, what happened there was she was in her 60s and she had worked for the city for 35 years, and other people alongside her were retiring. And when she asked them how they could retire, they were saying, well, I got 800,000 or whatever it is they had. And she brought her statement in to me, and she's, I only have 135,000. I can't retire. I'm going to have to work till I'm 80. And what went wrong? I said, well, I'm looking at your statement. You're in cash right now. What have you been invested in for 35 years? She said, cash. all 35 years because she's afraid of the market. She doesn't like the volatility. I'm like, oh, I got some bad news. Well, that's why you can't retire, is because you were too conservative in your 401k.
So what's your word? What's your advice on this? Because it is nerve-wracking, right? You don't want to lose all your money, and it makes you kind of cringe when you see that. Are there smart strategies that are not going to completely stress a person like that out?
Well, I mean, if you think that the markets do recover, which they do, I just said 100% of the time, and you're of an age, if we're talking about your 401k plan, and you believe the market will be higher when you retire and need the money than it is today, then you want to be in the market, and you don't want to be too conservative now, like that story I just told you. And the counterintuitive part of all of this is that it's better to have bad markets when you're investing in them in your 401k. I know it doesn't sound right, but when the market's down and you're putting money into a 401k, you're actually buying low. That's what we're supposed to try and do. You don't want it at record highs the entire time you're investing in it. You want some low points. I know it doesn't sound logical, but it absolutely is logical that you want to buy low if you believe you're going to be selling high down the road.
All right, Moderna Financial and CPA's Brian Evans, host of Growing Your Wealth. It airs Saturdays at 9 and 1 here on KIRO News Radio. Hey, Brian, thanks for your time today.
Thanks.
It's 6:53. It's time to check the roads. We get back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And we're pretty close to wrapping up all the braking on the eastbound 512 that's related to this earlier crash we had north of 410 in Sumner going up 167. So the backup now is just looks relatively normal there. And overall, we still have about 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. We have a really big backup getting out of Auburn now that kind of the pack has moved forward that far. And you're going to kind of be in that pack the rest of the way on up till you get to 405. So 50 minutes, maybe a hair more depending on how you hit the volume. 410 is getting a lot better. I know it's still backed up from Traffic Ave, but we have, you were driving right into that crash scene, and so it's going to take a little bit longer for that to clear out. Then Renton to Bellevue is about 35 minutes, so nothing to surprise you there. Olympia to Tacoma is still running pretty good, under 35 minutes, and then the brake lights through Fife are manageable. Federal Way to Seattle, though, still 30 minutes to get you up through the South Center area. It's really heavy through the Kent Des Moines Road today. Another 30 minutes from, so that's an hour drive for you from Federal Way to Seattle. Coming down from the north end, now some heavier brake lights through the Tulalip area, getting into Marysville, about 25 minutes from Arlington to Everett, and then about an hour now from Everett to Bellevue, and 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle. So we're definitely off to the races. And 522 is also a little heavier today across the river, almost all the way down to the Echo Falls Golf Club there at Echo Lake Road. So you've got a little work to do. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. Don't take a rain check on your next outing. Feel confident on the road with AAA Washington. To become a member, visit AAAWashington.com.
Mostly cloudy today. We're facing highs in the mid-60s, but dry. Tomorrow, we'll have some showers in the morning with a high of 60. Right now in Seattle, it's 48 at 6:55.
This is Seattle's Morning News. Chris has a choke point coming up for you at 7:15 this morning. Right now, it's 6:55.
The G and Ursula Show.
You know what I've just realized? Because
you don't watch any TV.
And you watch a ton.
A ton. I do.
I need to slow my roll in terms of my social life outside of the home.
In order for me to get tired at night, I think it's because of what we do.
Yes.
And people says, oh, you're so angry. Well, there's a lot of stuff to be angry about. But I can't shut off.
Yeah.
So I need something to take my mind off things.
Yeah, I get that.
But I do watch a lot of shows.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube. Weekdays 9 to noon.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, outdoor and home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through May 14th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. New Trump tariffs be darned. The rate of annual inflation through April was the lowest since February of 2021. The Labor Department reports the Consumer Price Index rose 2.3% year over year. That's below what economists expected. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
A couple of the items that stood out to me, shelter, that has been peskily high. That is responsible for a lot of the increase. But groceries, food at home, that actually came down. It was negative 0.1%. Eggs was down close to 13% month over month.
Many analysts do expect inflation to pick up. Just hours after he arrived in Riyadh, there's word President Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman have signed a strategic economic partnership. Correspondent Weijia Zhang is there.
This president views every relationship with a business lens, so it's not just about security here for his priorities. It's about making money.
Mr. Trump will spend 4 days in the Middle East. Sean Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura could take the stand as soon as today at the rapper's sex crimes trial. Criminal defense attorney Caroline Polisi on the prosecution's likely strategy.
They will try to present a theme which is potentially a wearing down of Cassie's sort of spirit and her ability to fight back.
Combs faces life in prison if he's convicted of racketeering and sex trafficking. Kim Kardashian is testifying at the trial of a group of armed robbers who tied her up in her Paris hotel room 9 years ago. CBS's Elaine Cobb reports from Paris.
The reality TV star mounted the steps to the courthouse as though she were in Cannes, flanked by bodyguards and her own photographer. As she arrived at the top of the steps, she turned, took off her dark sunglasses and smiled and waved. In court, she wiped away tears as she told the judge she has never really felt safe since that night.
Kardashian told one defendant she forgives him. Farmers will have valuable information affecting their businesses restored.
When President Trump took office earlier this year, the Agriculture Department's website deleted maps showing how climate change might bring floods, droughts, heat waves, and wildfires. It also scrubbed information about federal loans for farmers and rural clean energy projects. A farming association and 2 environmental groups filed a lawsuit in February to have all that information restored online. The administration has agreed to put it back up within 2 weeks. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Fiery lava fountains and glowing ash clouds lit up the sky over Sicily. Eruptions are intensifying from Europe's most active volcano, Mount Etna. The Dow is down 165. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
Well, we kind of settled into a typical Tuesday, which means a pretty heavy drive. I'm going to start with the Valley Freeway, which is still kind of struggling through Puyallup and Sumner after an earlier crash we had near 410. But overall, we've got about a 52-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton, and then Renton to Bellevue is running right around a half an hour. Northbound I-5 from Federal Way up through South Center is really struggling today, up past the construction zone, extending almost all the way to 188th. We've got about 35 minutes to go into South Center and an hour and 5 already to get you up into Seattle. There are also some brake lights up the Fife Hill. We're getting reports there might be a crash there just after 70th. We'll be checking into that and have more for you there in 10 minutes. Coming down from the north end, we're easing through Marysville, but still 25 minutes to make the drive down into Everett. And then Everett to Seattle's running right around 55 minutes, an hour Everett to Bellevue, as you are bumper to bumper through the Canyon Park area down through 522. The lake bridges, though, are okay. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:04. Good morning. A 20-year-old man is behind bars right now, accused of stabbing one man and attacking 2 other people outside a grocery store in West Seattle.
And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest.
Charlie, this happened right outside the PCC Market on California Avenue in West Seattle. West Seattle High School, just on the other side of the street. Yesterday evening, police say the suspect stabbed his first victim, a 47-year-old man, in the arm. That victim ran inside the PCC for help. He was taken to Harborview in stable condition. Next, police say the suspect ran up to a second victim, grabbed her arm, and stole her phone. Then, police say he threatened a third victim before taking off. Police searched the area with a canine and found the suspect less than a mile away. He was booked into King County Jail on suspicion of assault and robbery. No word yet if drugs or another issue is involved here.
Thank you, Luke. People convicted of dangerous driving here in Washington will have to have speed-limiting devices installed on their cars. Governor Ferguson signed the bill yesterday into law.
This legislation was inspired by a crash where 4 individuals, including 3 children, were killed when their car was struck by a driver going 112 miles per hour.
That teen driver was sentenced last month to 17 and a half years in prison. He'd been involved in multiple speed-related crashes in the year before the deadly crash.
What a traffic mess in Seattle yesterday. All eastbound lanes of the I-90 Mount Baker Tunnel are open again this morning. It was shut down for several hours after a fiery collision between an RV and a car. Here's State Trooper Rick Johnson.
Thankfully, no injuries, but in that area, obviously, it's going to cause a mess.
And it did for about 7 hours. The entire tunnel was filled by smoke from that fire.
So a question on the text line was, did those big old fans in the tunnel clear out the smoke quickly.
I was going to say, I was going to check in on early this morning to see if the suppression system worked like it was supposed to. It sounds like it did. I mean, because the amount of smoke that was billowing out and coming out from the top. So, definitely those things do their job.
Just what a mess yesterday in traffic.
Really scary.
All right. We could soon see hybrid electric ferries sailing in 2029, but getting there won't be easy or cheap. Seattle Times says just 2 shipbuilders submitted bids by yesterday's deadline. Eastern Shipbuilding from Florida came in just under $715 million for 3 ferries. Nichols Brothers from Whidbey Island, their price was over $1 billion. That's 32% higher than the state expected. Both bids include escalation clauses, so prices may go even higher. Washington State Ferry says it hopes to award the contract within 2 weeks.
It's 7:07.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Just kind of grooving.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
A little space hog. It's Tuesday, May 13th.
It is. He's Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor.
And Sully's keeping an eye on roads for us. We have producer David Burbank in the studio, and keeping us all in line is morning editor Katrina Kishard.
Or trying. She's trying.
Yeah, she's trying.
Doesn't always
desperately. And Nick is over at the board playing the tunes for us today.
Coming up in this hour of the show, Sully has a choke point on the way. Highway 18 closing for a week starting Thursday. We'll have an update coming up at 7:15.
Okay, it is Seattle's Morning News. Wildfire risk is amping up in western Washington, and Snohomish County is trying to get residents prepared for it. KIRO 7 TV's Madeline Ottley has this report.
A new county survey shows more than a third of respondents don't have a wildfire evacuation plan.
Fire is a natural part of the ecosystem. And we're not going to be able to stop every fire that starts.
The county is now focused on risk mitigation and educating homeowners about their role in protecting property.
And there really are some very simple strategies that people can do.
The county will host 2 open house meetings this Thursday in Arlington and next Thursday in Startup.
We have new information on a climbing accident in the North Cascades that claimed the lives of 3 people. Christina Woodworth is search and rescue coordinator for the Okanagan County Sheriff's Office. She says this happened on Sunday.
They were descending and had an anchor failure while rappelling. And so that's what caused all of them to fall together.
This happened in the area of the North Early Winters Spire off Highway 20. The group was from Renton and Bellevue. The surviving hiker is in the hospital in Seattle.
A man is in critical condition after he was pulled from a burning home in Everett last night.
It was rising fast. It was a lot of smoke at first. The fire started on the right side of the house.
Neighbors tell KIRO 7 TV the flames didn't stop them from wanting to help out.
I walk around the car and I see the man on the porch just laying there all in blood. Just eyes open wide, not blinking once.
The man was taken to Harborview Medical Center. The cause of the fire is under investigation.
We are learning of a dispute between the Lakewood Police Chief Patrick Smith and his neighbors. He called officers last year to report someone was shining a flashlight into his house. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
He tells the News Tribune he didn't know if it was a burglar, a squatter, or someone targeting him because he's the police chief. Officers set up a surveillance van, but after several days, they saw nothing. Eventually, Smith spotted somebody outside his house and reported them. Turns out it was his neighbor from across the street. She says she works at 5 a.m., so she's up early with a flashlight, walking her dog.
She's going to walk here with a flashlight. I don't give a what a neighbor says.
That's her husband in body camera footage obtained by the News Tribune defending her actions when an officer showed up at their door. The officer told him to aim the light lower and to stay out of the empty lot next to the chief's house. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
A lawsuit filed this week accuses Seattle Public Schools of negligence. Comes nearly a year after 17-year-old Amar Murphy Payne was killed outside Garfield High School. According to the Seattle Times, Amar was shot while trying to break up a fight. Happened during lunch. Family says the school didn't do enough to stop it. Earlier that morning, there were 2 separate weapons scares on campus. The lawsuit claims staff didn't follow their own safety protocols. No arrests have been made in Amar's case. The school district says it won't respond through the media, but offered condolences to his family.
900 healthcare workers in Bellingham are on the picket lines as part of a planned 5-day strike. Workers at Peace Health St. Joe's Medical Center walked off the job yesterday. They'll stay on strike until Saturday. At issue, better pay and benefits. Workers say they didn't want things to come to this, but talks have stalled.
We've done everything step by step to try to avoid this,
and we even had bargaining dates when we launched our strike notice, and they canceled the bargaining dates.
Peace Health says they've increased wages by up to 30%.
Governor Bob Ferguson calls it a life-saving piece of legislation. You can now add your blood type to state-issued licenses and IDs.
Senate Bill 5689 improves emergency response by making information about an individual's blood type more accessible to first responders.
He signed the measure into law yesterday, saying it will help first responders act more quickly in an emergency. Adding your blood type is voluntary. The measure takes effect at the start of next year.
It's coming up on 7:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Mostly cloudy for today. A few peaks of sunshine here and there. A little bit of a light breeze, too. A high of 65. Look for some showers tomorrow morning, then cloudy in the afternoon and 60. On Thursday, the showers will come in the afternoon and highs only in the mid-50s. Just a mostly cloudy day as we wrap up the week on Friday. Right now in Seattle, it's mostly cloudy and 51.
At 7:13, let's go to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are definitely starting to see bursting at the seams out there on this Tuesday. It's really bogging down. We're up over 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton and almost over 35 now to get out of Auburn. It is really struggling up the Valley Freeway. And
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
We've hit the $15 mark on northbound 167. It will save you 7 minutes, so that's one of the better returns on investment we've seen in a little while coming up the Valley Freeway. Then Renton to Bellevue's running right around 35 minutes. My drivers are reporting we have a crash on the right shoulder heading right around the corner in Fife, kind of up to where you see the silver alert up on the giant WashDOT billboard. We've got about a 25-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way. That is a 15-minute delay, really slowing us down as you work your way from the Port of Tacoma Road. And then Federal Way to Seattle's an hour and 10 minutes. 35 of those minutes just to get you up to South Center. So we are really struggling there. Coming down from the north end, pretty average. 25-minute trip from Arlington to Everett. That's counting the brake lights there through the Tulalip area, getting down to 528. And then hour drives, maybe a little bit more now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report is brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
At 7:13, we go to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
Police in Federal Way made an arson arrest after a couple of box trucks caught fire. South King Fire shared video of a U-Haul and Penske truck filled with flames. This happened in the parking lot of a Home Depot. Police say they arrested the suspect but haven't yet shared details about why investigators believe the person set those trucks on fire. And now to a robbery suspect with expensive taste.
Got a lot of style, got a lot of Tiffany on me.
Tiffany. Police say a man tried to steal a $27,000 bracelet from Tiffany's in downtown Seattle. Seattle police just released video from January 29th. The man walks into the store and talks to one of the workers. He tries on the bracelet, then makes a run for it. The suspect ran into a security guard who managed to get the bracelet off his wrist and return it to Tiffany's. Bellevue police believe it's the same person responsible for stealing another Tiffany bracelet the day after Christmas. Video and photos of the suspect are on mynorthwest.com.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, this is one of the busiest, most congested interchanges in the state, and you won't be able to use it for about a week.
Sully is here with details about the closure of Highway 18 at I-90.
Yeah,
Sully?
This is going to be a biggie. SR 18 closes at 9 p.m. Thursday and will not reopen until 5 a.m. next Wednesday. That's
Yikes.
over 5 days of frustration for drivers who just want to use SR 18 under I-90 in Snoqualmie. And that's just the extent of that closure, is just that little section that goes under the freeway. But that closes off all the other possibilities of getting to both directions there, just that little tiny closure there. WashDOT's David Rosbach says that contractors need this closure to build the southern section of the new interchange there.
If you're heading northbound on SR 18, you're going to have to get on eastbound I-90. And similarly, if you're headed southbound on Snoqualmie Parkway, you're going to have to get on westbound I-90.
Eastbound I-90 drivers will not be able to access southbound 18. Westbound I-90 drivers will not be able to head up to Snoqualmie Parkway. So if you're going to go up there and play some golf, you're going to have to find a different way. Right now, the only options really are to go one more exit and then loop around to go the direction you want to go. Rasbach says that this will cause major headaches for freight traffic and local commuters.
Definitely expect extra time. Plus, you got to factor in the extra distance you have to travel for the detours looping out to the next interchanges. So just expect it to take more time.
And this may not be the only major full closure of SR 18 in this same area. Rasbach says that they will need some extended time to build the north end of the interchange.
That is still to be determined. Yeah, that'll either be another longer closure or a series of shorter closures. We're still determining what will be the best way for that.
So we'll be keeping a close eye for when they get that on the schedule. As for the overall schedule, the entire interchange, which of course is a diverging diamond configuration, we can get into that in a little bit, is on schedule to open this summer. The widening of SR 18 just south of I-90 should wrap up in the fall, so we're starting to get there. But Rasbach says some big changes are coming in the next couple weeks.
We are anticipating moving traffic onto the new Deep Creek and Raging River bridges in the next few weeks, early June perhaps. So that'll be a big milestone for this project.
And a big change for drivers. If you haven't been up there lately, what they're doing is they're building new bridges across those two little rivers there. And then now they're going to put the people on the new bridges and then start working on the old ones so that they can have, I know, Charlie, you've been driving up there a lot.
There's all the time.
Lot, and you wonder why it backs up every day. There's just so much going on up there. So some positive news, some changes for drivers. And then this will be the second completed diverging diamond interchange in the region, and that should really help things out there.
The whole reason we're building the diverging diamond interchange is to improve traffic flow through this busy corridor, which is one of the busiest interchanges in the state.
Once the work is complete, WashDOT will then start widening and paving SR 18 down the west slope of Tiger Mountain to the Issaquah-Hobart Road. That's probably going to be finished in about 5 years. So just when we finish the east side, we're going to start doing the west side.
I hope this makes things better. My husband has taken 3 trips to Montana in the past month. I was with him on the one last week, and that was backed up there westbound for miles.
Yeah, it gets that way on Saturday afternoons. If you're not familiar with it, you come around that corner and you hit a dead stop in that right lane. And you have a bunch of people who go 80 miles an hour in the lane adjacent and then dive in at the last minute. So this
those people.
Yeah, that is not the way the zipper merge is intended. And how the diverging diamond works, I'm not sure if you guys...
Yeah, I was going to ask.
So what it means is, in essence, what they're trying to do is cut down on the left turns on an interchange. So like if you're going one way and you want to head to the west, or you take a left turn, generally there's a signal with a left turn arrow or maybe a flashing one so what happens, you have T-bones there. And so what they do is you drive on the other side of the road and then just make a free left turn onto the freeway. So the lights are all synced that you drive on the other side of the freeway, you make your left turns without any cross traffic, without any other signals. So that during each cycle allows more traffic to move through more efficiently without people having to wait for left turns and whatnot. I know it sounds really crazy until you drive it, then you're like, oh, well, this is really easy. You just follow the pavement. There's one down in Lacey that has worked really, really well. It's just a way to move a lot more people a lot faster and reduce some potential T-bone collisions.
That's the one you take if you're going to Cabela's.
That is correct right there.
So help me out here, just because I'm more of a visual person. If I'm heading from my place in Auburn, I've got a baseball tournament in North Bend.
Yes.
So this weekend, what does that look like going there and coming back?
Well, that basically means is that if you're so at that point, you would be taking a right to get to North Bend, coming up 18. So you're northbound 18 heading to eastbound I-90.
Yeah.
Not a problem. That you can go that way. Problem is everybody has to go that way. So that means 18 northbound is going to be backed up pretty probably I would guess to the Issaquah-Hobart Road.
Yeah.
So you might want to go through your favorite poo-poo point and work your way onto I-90 there on the backside of Issaquah to save yourself some time, because that's the only maneuver that is allowed. You can't go under I-90 and then head west.
Sure. Okay.
So,
and if I'm heading home or living out there in Snoqualmie, that is just the opposite.
Yeah,
for them.
Pretty much. So it's not going to be easy. I mean, 5 full days starting Thursday night. So the Friday morning commute's going to caught in this Friday afternoon, and then through next week through Wednesday, 5 a.m. So this is a big closure.
Thank heavens we have you to sort it all out for us.
Well, and I also want to do this, a day in advance so that people can start thinking about this. It's like, oh, this is a big deal. I don't want to have to break that to you the day it started.
Surprise! Thanks, Elaine. We can find out more on mynorthwest.com.
Yeah, definitely. Plus a little bit more on Diverging Diamonds. I should put up my drive. I had Holly film me one when it opened down in Lacey to drive it so people can see it's really not that difficult.
It's kind of hard to picture without
the visual. Yeah.
All right. It is coming up on 7:21, 7:22 almost. Sound Transit is for the first time reporting that light rail over Lake Washington will not happen by the end of this year. Schedule for linking Seattle and Bellevue is now trending toward early 2026. As the first public acknowledgement of more delays, the extension over the lake was supposed to open in 2020.
And a familiar voice returned to T-Mobile Park for the Mariners-Yankees series.
I'm telling you, hey now, hey now, hey now!
Longtime M's broadcaster Dave Sims now calls Yankees games for WFAN. He tells our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Seattle's been very, very good to me. So, I mean, it's fun to be back.
The Mariners lost game 1 of the 3-game series with the Yankees. It was 11-5. Game 2 of the series today, 6:40. And you can listen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
It's 7:22, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, where Sully is watching the roads for us.
And I'll start on I-90 for our friends who are getting a taste of our upcoming choke point. Eastbound is bumper to bumper from the Tiger Mountain Summit all the way down across those Raging River Deep Creek bridges approaching I-90. But that's become normal through that construction zone. Hang in there, guys. We've got till the fall, and then we should get back to normal and maybe improve. Looking at the Valley Freeway now, still struggling over 50 minutes with 30 plus of that out of Auburn. It's going to be a tough drive all the way up to Renton, and then Renton to Bellevue's getting a little closer to 40 actually, as we've picked up some more action over the top of I-90 into downtown Bellevue. Northbound I-5 though, from Olympia to Tacoma, looks really good, but up the Five Hill it's still struggling. My drivers are reporting a crash over on the right shoulder there. Still 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. That is a 15-minute delay, and then about an hour and 15 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. It is just a heavy day. Nothing in the way, just lots of volume. Eastbound across the West Seattle Bridge is also seeing the brake lights, but you're getting through them okay. Coming down through the north end, we're seeing a better drive through Marysville than we've had the last little bit, but away from Linwood, it is really struggling. We have hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle and Everett to Bellevue, and for our good friend Annette, who's retiring in 8 days, we've got the $15 mark working your way down through Bothell. It will save you 20 minutes. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Who are you going to blow your kazoo for when Annette's not here anymore?
I'll do it, and I'll know. Maybe that'll be her alarm, because we usually hit it around 7:30 in the morning, and I know she'll probably be sleeping in for her till about 7:30, so we'll see.
Mostly cloudy for today. A little bit of sunshine here and there, and a high of 65. Showers return tomorrow morning. We'll see the showers Thursday afternoon. Otherwise, just mostly cloudy through Friday. Right now, it's cloudy and 51 in Seattle.
It's 7:24. More of your top local headlines on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
Winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, including Overall Excellence, Feature Reporting, and Sports Reporting.
Sneakers squeak across the Storm's new practice facility. In Seattle, Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
We thank you. We are the Northwest leading news station because of you.
Inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
On KIRO News Radio, YouTube, the app, and 97.3 FM.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision surgeons have performed nearly 100,000 procedures. We know when RLE is right for you.
Find out. Schedule a free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers.
Do you notice sounds coming from your crawl space or attic, or possibly stale or foul odors in your home? This could be that rodents have gotten into your attic and crawl and have made it their home. They tear up the insulation to make nests to have babies. They contaminate it with their biological waste, which can be harmful to your health. And they ruin your home's energy blanket, costing you thousands of dollars a year. If you even think you may have a problem, call Insulation Northwest today, and we will come to your home as soon as tomorrow and perform a free, no-obligation inspection to determine what the problem is. This inspection normally costs $199, but it's yours free just for calling today. If we discover any problem with rodents in your home, we can get them out and keep them out and restore your home's protective insulation blanket back to brand new condition. Let Insulation Northwest give peace and comfort back to you and your family and save you thousands of dollars in energy savings. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining, I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. We'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Call Day and Night to save $50 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:30. A stabbing suspect was arrested for a mini crime spree last night in West Seattle.
We get the details from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
This all started near Hiawatha Playfield on California Avenue Southwest. A 47-year-old stabbed in the arm. Police say that suspect went on to steal a woman's phone and then threaten another person with a knife. The suspect was caught a little while later on Southwest Pritchard Street.
A driver is under arrest on suspicion of DUI after state troopers say he rammed into a parked dump truck and a worker.
This happened overnight along Highway 7 in Spanaway, and we get the details live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, that worker was on the other side of that dump truck and another vehicle along State Route 7 near 188. So you've got JBLM on one side, and it's just down the street from the Ace Hardware store. State troopers say the driver crashed into the construction zone there, hit those vehicles, and the vehicles hit the worker. The suspect's car then burst into flames, troopers say, and several people came up and pulled the suspect out of the car. The driver was arrested on suspicion of DUI. The worker was taken to a local hospital in serious condition. This happened just a week before National Work Zone Awareness Week. According to WSDOT, last year there were more than 1,600 work zone-related crashes on state highways. Close to 600 people were injured. Hopefully, that worker will be okay.
Luke, thank you. 7:32 now. People convicted of dangerous driving will now have to have speed-limiting devices installed on their cars. With the story, here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
In March of 2024, an 18-year-old named Chase Jones, who had recently been involved in some high-speed crashes, slammed into a van at 112 miles an hour in Renton. A woman and 3 children died. That tragedy inspired House Bill 1596. State Representative Mari Levitt was the bill's prime sponsor.
It's the family members who got us to this day. They're the ones who were willing to share their story over and over and over again.
She and those families were in the room Monday when Governor Ferguson signed the bill into law. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Last month, Chase Jones was sentenced to more than 17 years in prison.
It's 7:33 and time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk here, Sully.
And we have settled into a very heavy Tuesday out there, but nothing out of the ordinary in terms of any crashes, which is positive. The most unusual slowing is the northbound I-5 drive getting through Fife up to Highway 18. We had an earlier crash there about halfway up the hill. Plus, you've got a silver alert working that is flashing on that billboard that we have there. So 30 minutes now from Tacoma to Federal Way. That is about a 20-minute delay. And then you've got an hour and 15-minute trip to get from Federal Way to Seattle. 35 plus of that just getting you up through South Center. So that drive on the beginning is not going to be very easy. And then you hit the brakes again by the beginnings of Boeing Field. It's going to be a rough day. And then Renton to Bellevue's 40 minutes, maybe 45, depending on how you hit it over the top of I-90. We're seeing definitely a lot of braking and merging as you come on to there from I-90. So the delay there is real. The Maple Valley Highway up through Cedar Grove is really struggling, as is the Maple Valley Highway just tying into 405. The drives out of the north end, hour and 10 to hour and 15-minute trips now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. It's going to be okay through Marysville. It's going to be 25 minutes to get you down into Everett out of the Arlington area. But after that, it is a really tough go. The Lake Bridges, westbound 90 is definitely starting to see some slowing, but it's not too bad yet. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
Forecast looks to be cloudy today. Showers in the south end right now. We're headed for a high in the mid-60s, mostly cloudy throughout. Showers tomorrow morning, then we dry out by the afternoon. It'll remain cloudy with a high of 60, 55 for our high on Thursday. Right now it's 51 and cloudy at 7:35.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
A man is fighting for his life after being pulled out of a burning home in Everett last night. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman spoke with neighbors.
The fire started on the right side of the house.
But that didn't deter neighbors from wanting to help out.
My dad started yelling, "Let's go help him."
And once Alexander and others got to the burning home,
I walk around the car and I see the man on the porch just laying there all in blood, just eyes open wide, not blinking once.
And Alexander says things got disturbing from there.
When we picked up the guy, he was like, "No, guys, shoot me. Take a gun, shoot me."
I saw the guy get
He was out on the street bleeding.
Although many are still shaken by this, neighbors are hoping the man at the center of this pulls through.
In Pierce County, crews were called to a large commercial fire in Puyallup. Flames poured from the building off Inner Avenue near the city's downtown area. Central Pierce Fire and Rescue says they had to call in more resources to help fight it. Luckily, no one was injured. Fire marshal now investigating what started it.
Wildfire season is heating up in western Washington. Snohomish County officials created first-ever community wildfire protection plans to identify high-risk areas and educate people on fire prevention. Lucia Schmidt, Snohomish County's Emergency Management Director, talked with KIRO 7 TV.
I don't think many people, especially people who are out living among the trees, are aware of the resources that might be available to help them address the wildfire risk.
And the county is hosting open house meetings May 15th and May 22nd to help people prepare.
There could be layoffs at the Washington State Library due to diminished state and federal funding. The Office of the Secretary of State says it's already delivered 47 at-risk of layoff letters over the past 2 weeks to library employees. Staff and state-funded positions were notified of potential layoff date of June 30th. For federally funded positions, it's September 30th. Officials say the legislature passed an operating budget without including any of the $6.7 million requested to support the library. And even though a bill currently awaiting the governor's action will provide some budgetary relief, the funding gap is already having a measurable effect on services, most notably at the Research Library in Tumwater.
The Pierce County Prosecutor's Office is facing tough cuts. 12 full-time jobs will go away by next year. That's what Prosecutor Mary Robnett told county leaders this week, according to the Center Square. The jobs were funded through federal relief money. Now that money is gone. The office has made progress on its case backlog, but Robnett says serious crimes are up and staffing has not kept up pace. Attorneys are reviewing more violent cases and more body cam footage than ever before. The cuts are expected to shrink the criminal division by more than 6%. That's the biggest division in the office. Officials say they're still figuring out how to manage workloads with fewer people.
Parents of Amar Murphy Payne are now suing the Seattle School District. According to the Seattle Times, they claim Garfield High failed to keep their son safe. Amar was shot and killed outside the school last June during lunchtime. He was trying to break up a fight when someone pulled a gun. Police say no one's been arrested yet. The lawsuit says the school ignored warning signs earlier that day. One student had an airsoft gun in class. Another ran off campus after being suspected of carrying a weapon. The district isn't commenting on the suit, but says it offers condolences. Amar was 17 and was set to graduate that week.
A Snohomish County jury took less than 8 hours to find a former pub owner guilty of sexual abuse. According to the Everett Herald, Christian Sayre was found guilty on 2 felony counts of indecent liberties, but the jury was unable to reach a verdict on a second-degree rape charge. Sayre has multiple arrests and multiple convictions for sexual abuse, including sexual abuse of a child. Prosecutors may retry Sayre on the rape charge.
A suspected norovirus outbreak has sickened about 50 students at Discovery Elementary School in Gig Harbor. With the story, here's KIRO 7 TV's Monique Ming-Levin.
Tacoma Pierce County Health District was notified Friday. They sent staff to the school to help with infection prevention and cleaning. The agency also helped the school serve bag lunches today. Kitchen staff will need to remain symptom-free for 48 hours before food can be prepared at Discovery again.
The city of Auburn's getting a major makeover. Yesterday, crews started work on a major downtown project that will eventually include a new performing arts center. Construction on that new performing arts theater will seat more than 300 people. It's expected to start early next year. Right now, crews are focusing on replacing aging underground utilities and surface infrastructure in the city's downtown area. There's some demolition work going on as well. The city says this is about making downtown more attractive and accessible.
Well, there was a big fire there a couple of years ago that caused all sorts of problems. And getting around on Auburn Avenue, that is a big thoroughfare if you're trying to scoot over toward the south end of the city and towards Sumner. So that'll be a traffic mess.
Oh, speaking of traffic.
Oh, how about that?
Sully, what's your traffic hotspot right now?
Well, there's several. Pretty much every road is bumper to bumper at this point, but I would say definitely the drives out of Snohomish County are now the worst. So we'll break it down for you next.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Norm. Norm, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Spending too much money on insurance, and it just kept on going up higher and higher and higher. And this last time, I did the First Mark Challenge.
So they were able to save you some money, Norm?
Oh, yeah, at least $2,000 a year.
What?
At least.
Wow. You ever feel like, man, I wish I would have taken that First Mark Challenge earlier?
Yes. I mean, $2,000 I could have saved a year, over probably 4 or 5 years. Wow.
How would you describe their customer service?
Fantastic. Beyond expectation. Call First Mark. They treat you like a real person, that they have your best interest in mind.
Norm did it. My family did it. You got to do it. And it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you like they did Norm, and how much better your coverage will get to. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
2025 is the year to break up with bad contractors. You know the ones. They ghost your calls, cancel on you last minute, leave a mess behind, and refuse to commit. If you're ready to settle down, swipe right on Valentine Roofing. Our team delivers seamless communication from start to finish, meticulously clean job sites, and we stand by our work with a lifetime warranty. We don't just make promises, we're committed to providing you with the Valentine experience, one you'll never forget. And with flexible financing options like 0 down and 0% interest until 2026, your wallet will love Valentine Roofing too. Stop dating around to find the right contractor. Valentine Roofing offers an upfront and honest approach to roofing. We'll provide a transparent estimate within about an hour of meeting with us. So, say goodbye to bad contractor relationships and hello to your Valentine, the perfect match for all your roofing needs. Schedule your heartbreak-free estimate today by calling us at 206 Roofing.
It's 7:43, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are definitely looking at elevated travel times coming down out of the north end. I mean, we are looking at the brake lights that begin well before 164th, the Mill Creek interchange, and extend all the way down through Shoreline before easing up. 405, the same deal, all the way down through Bothell and now a little bit in Totem Lake. We are definitely seeing an hour and 15-minute trip for both Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, so not exactly a very good day. A little bit further up to the north, we have some brake lights up through the Marysville area, but nothing out of the nothing out of the ordinary. 25 minutes on the drive there. Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 15, maybe a little bit more. It's still 35 minutes to get you up into the South Center area. Still struggling there. And looking at northbound 167, an hour drive for you guys. So well behind schedule there by about 10, maybe 12 minutes. You hit the brake lights in Pacific, and you're on them all the way north of Kent. It is struggling there. And then Renton to Bellevue is about 45. 18 over Tiger Mountain, bumper to bumper from the beginnings of Tiger Mountain all the way down to I-90. And then across the lake, we're looking at 25 minutes on either one of the lake bridges. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
And our forecast is staying mostly cloudy. We are seeing some light drizzle in spots. 65 our high for today. Tomorrow and Thursday, look for showers at times. In the morning hours tomorrow, Thursday afternoon showers. 60 tomorrow, 55 on Thursday. Just a cloudy day. On Fridays, we wrap up the week. It's 51 and cloudy in Seattle right now.
Coming up on 7:45, let's head over to the news desk with KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard.
More cuts are coming to Microsoft. The company reports it plans to cut 3% of its global workforce. Microsoft told CNBC the cuts are not related to performance. It's an effort to reduce layers of management. No word on when the new layoffs will happen. About 10,000 employees were let go back in 2023. Today, fuelers at SeaTac Airport will vote on a new worker contract with Swissport. The union spent months negotiating a new deal, but the recommended contract did not come until after the group authorized a strike. The group of workers refuels most of the planes that come through the airport every day.
Katrina, thank you. Coming up, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. This is Seattle's Morning News.
If you want a dream bathroom without a humongous price tag, now's the time to call Bathfitter Northwest. Ursula Roytine here. I picked Bathfitter because they are the original one-day bath remodeler. They're a local, family-owned business that's been around for 40 years. They own every step in the process to make sure you get the best quality product and the best value. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Why would you choose anyone else? Call Bathfitter today.
I love delivery.
How so?
Nearly anything delivered to me. Just a click or call away.
Something, same day.
Right.
Everything you want.
Well, not quite everything.
Oh?
If only I could have more hot water delivered.
Running short?
My water heater.
Getting old?
Guess so.
Good news.
What?
We deliver hot water same day.
Wait.
Apollo Plumbing same day water heater replacement.
Right. You're Dan.
You call, we come.
I'm in hot water.
In a good way.
Same day?
We'll pull out the old
and put in the new.
You can even upgrade to a tankless water heater.
So I'm never out of hot water again.
Zip, zam, zoom, just like that.
Only thing?
Yeah?
My budget's a wee snug.
No worries. Apollo offers easy payments.
On water heaters.
With approved credit, sure.
Same day.
A big blue Apollo truck can be on its way.
Easy payments.
So you can replace that old one now.
And you'll haul away the old one?
Of course.
Told you I love home delivery.
Sure.
Gotta love Apollo Plumbing, too.
Just doing our job.
Same day water heater replacement.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Summer is on everyone's mind, and many of us ladies, well, you men too, would like to get rid of that extra stubborn fat and address those areas of loose skin like around the waistline, chin, and upper arms. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without getting the results you were hoping for. Introducing ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. ProSculpt is minimally invasive, performed while you're fully awake, and it's gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate and permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation, and for a limited time, get $250 off. Feel confident this summer with instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening that works for women and men too. ProSculpt.com.
Whatever temperatures this summer brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is committed to achieving a high level of training, and skills are backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant. So whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new cooling system, your local Bryant dealer will do whatever it takes for your family's comfort.
Schedule an appointment today. For a dealer near you, visit BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
On Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold about the big national stories of the week.
Oh, there is always something to talk about, isn't there? Good morning, David. Let's start with a deal between the U.S. and China this week. 90 days to get a new deal done. Were you surprised by the president backing down?
No, he's done this again and again in his first term and even this term on tariffs. He puts these huge tariffs in. They backfire, and that people worry about recession and prices go up. And then he backs off. He's done it with Canada and Mexico. I can't even count how many times. And, you know, the tariffs he put on China and that China put on us in return were so high that I didn't expect them to last. But, I mean, what has surprised me, though, is that he gets nothing in return for dropping these tariffs. Like, it's before. The things that he claims as sort of the victories that caused him to reduce the tariffs are basically nothing So he just backs off, thankfully for the economy, but without getting anything for himself.
Let's move over to Saudi Arabia now, where President Trump is making his first major overseas trip. What is your analysis of what he's doing in the Middle East right now, David?
Well, he's going around the Middle East, and I think there's two things to watch for. One will be if they announce some sort of trade deals with these places. These are places that already really, really want to suck up to Trump and have already sucked up to Trump, and may make some big announcement that makes him look better. I think the other thing is just to look at the Trump family and all that they're doing to help benefit him privately in this region. There's I can't even count the number of new Trump developments going up in Israel, in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, and other places. So these places have found, and not to mention the cryptocurrency deals that are enriching Trump that these countries are participating in. So these countries are working really hard to buy Trump's favor privately, but literally by paying him or paying his companies. And to see how that develops during this trip and in the future, I think will be really interesting.
David, how common are these kinds of trips for a U.S. president?
Going to the Middle East is obviously not uncommon. That happens a lot. In some cases, some presidents make that their first trip. The difference here is what I just said, that there are so many personal connections between Trump's company and these countries. They're investors. He needs permits from them. They are celebrating him doing business personally in their companies in a way that was not happening at all in his first term. That is really unusual and, like I said, a change even from Trump 1.
The world is going to need an unprecedented amount of energy in the coming years, mostly due to computing and resources needed for that. And oil is still a major supplier of that energy. What about this trip? Is that something that might be perceived as a good thing for Trump, that he's helping keep oil prices down?
Oil prices are low. I mean, in some places, too low for American oil producers. But yes, he obviously is really focused on that and keeping gas prices down. And I think he would like oil and petroleum, natural gas, all those products to be a big part of the energy mix going forward, as these countries would too. I don't know how, there are much bigger forces going on than even the president that are determining the energy mix for the future. But he's certainly trying to bend that toward, in the way that these countries want, in a way that will include more fossil fuels.
Okay, before we let you go, I need to ask, have you ever seen one airplane garner so much attention?
No, this deal for the Qataris to give the United States and then Trump's foundation the new airplane is so unprecedented, both because it makes America look so small that we have to go begging for planes from, cast off planes from other countries. And also because it's such a blatant personal favor for Trump, if the idea is that he will get to keep it and use it after he leaves office.
Well, we never lack things to talk about, David. We appreciate your time as always. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
When I asked David that question about the energy needs, I was listening to John Curley yesterday afternoon. Yes. He had the former boss at Google saying that in 10 years, because of all the AI computing energy that is needed, double the amount of energy that we use right now will be used in 10 years.
Isn't that hard to wrap your head around?
It's needed to power all those computers. It's just going to be an insane amount of energy. So, all right, Sully, you are at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And no one wants to hear my simple solution.
Get rid of the computers?
Yes.
Okay.
Stop praising the machines before they take over. And trust me, the energy won't be our problem. It'll be theirs.
I, for one, welcome our new AI overlords.
Yeah, I know you do, but I'm part of the resistance. The drive right now, boy, we are really striving. The Valley Freeway is just ugly. It doesn't get up over 40 minutes from Auburn very often, but it is right now, and that's because we had a crash getting off at Kent at 84th. It was the ramp was partially blocked, and because of that, we've got a 40-minute trip out of Auburn and an hour and 10 minutes all the way from Puyallup. That's about a 15-minute delay coming up the Valley Freeway, so that is not good. The Federal Way to Seattle drive is not much better. I mean, it is about an hour and 20 minutes now, 40 minutes out of South Center, but we still have 35 to get you up into South Center. It is just not good. Just volume, too, and that's just it. Maybe just a little bit of weather. I mean, it's spitting just a little bit out there, but nothing super significant. Across the lake, westbound I-90, 30 minutes now from Bellevue to Seattle, 25 on 520, maybe a little bit under. Coming down from the north end, well over an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Brake lights at 128th, brake lights at 164th, and then continuing continuing all the way down for I-5. 405 has a slight gap after 60th coming out of Woodinville, but really not much after that. It's pretty ugly. The one drive that's behaving itself, northbound I-5 from Olympia to Tacoma. Nice, easy trip for you guys. Got about 35 minutes there. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Lake Washington Windows and Doors is going to pay your sales tax and give you 18 months to pay. For details, lakewashingtonwindows.com.
And our forecast, you might see a few light sprinkles this morning, otherwise just a mostly cloudy day, possibly some sun breaks by afternoon. 65 the high for today. Showers tomorrow in the morning hours, showers for Thursday afternoon, and highs in the upper 50s. Right now in Seattle, cloudy and 51.
Remember, you can always text the show. We're at 888-973-5476. That spells KIRO, 888-973-5476. And you can also weigh in on our chat line on YouTube. We are streaming live on YouTube. Go to KIRO News Radio, and we've got the chat bar there. People are getting active right now. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Enjoy your drive home with the John Curley Show.
Go talk to the customer and find out why they went for Donald Trump, and then why not satisfy that customer as opposed to just destroying the guy.
Weekday afternoons from 3 to 7 on KIRO News Radio.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys, a family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer K-Guard Gutter System. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. These top-of-the-line guards are exclusively available only at Guardian. K-Guard is designed to keep debris out, and their durability means they look great year-round without rusting or warping. Ready for hassle-free gutters? Protect your home with Guardian. To learn more about Guardian's exclusive K-Guard gutter system, call today or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Dramatic courtroom testimony in Paris from Kim Kardashian as she confronts 10 men charged with armed robbery at her apartment back in 2016.
Wiping away tears, Kardashian told the court how she was tied up at gunpoint as the robbers searched for her jewelry. I absolutely did think I was going to die, she said, adding the incident left her traumatized. She said she now always has bodyguards around her, even at home. When the lawyer for the man accused of being the brains behind the robbery read out a letter he wrote to her saying he was sorry, she responded, I forgive you. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
Key testimony today from Sean Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura at his sex trafficking trial in New York. CBS's Katrina Kaufman on the defense strategy.
They're worried Cassie being pregnant is going to make her seem more sympathetic to the jury. They don't want the jury to see that she is pregnant or maybe how pregnant she is. So they're asking that she already be in the witness box when they come into the room.
The jury's already seen the 2016 hotel video showing Combs beating Ventura. Now to Saudi Arabia, President Trump meets with the kingdom's crown prince.
It's an honor to be you, my friend, and we've had a tremendous relationship over the years.
Trump signing an energy, mining, and defense business agreement with the Saudis as he kicks off a 4-day trip to the region. CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Jiang.
The Crown Prince here has already said he was going to invest $600 billion into the U.S. economy during Trump's presidency. Trump says he wants that figure to be $1 trillion.
The government says retail egg prices fell last month after setting records at the start of the year. The average price for a dozen grade A eggs dropped to $5.12 last month. Overall, consumer prices in April were 2.3% higher than the year before. CBS's Kelly O'Grady says that's a slight improvement over March.
Any other time, this would say we would get an interest rate cut soon because the labor market is still remaining strong, but inflation's coming down. But the Federal Reserve has said we just don't know what's going to happen with these tariffs, and they don't want to make a preemptive move because of what could be coming.
A 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of International Trade is holding the first hearing today on the Trump tariffs. 5 small businesses are asking the court to block them. Ukraine's President Zelensky calling on the West to impose severe new sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin passes on his call for the two to meet this week in Turkey. Wall Street, the Dow is down 180. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
8:03 Tuesday morning, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
If I had a white towel, I might throw it. It's one of those days, and again, it's not accidents, really. I mean, we do have one on the board that's contributing, but boy, we've jumped up to almost hour-and-a-half drives to some of our major commuting routes, and most of that is just volume. I'm going to start with the drive up in the north end where we can blame at least a little fender bender on southbound 5 right at the Mill Creek interchange for adding a few extra minutes onto that drive. But it is an hour-and-a-half from Everett into Seattle. That is about 15 minutes slower than you might have expected. Hour and 20 from Everett to Bellevue. So it is just an ugly day coming down from Snohomish County. A little bit further down, and we're looking at that Federal Way to Seattle drive of about an hour and a half as well. We've got 45 to 50 minutes just from South Center. So those last couple of miles are just not moving as you try to work your way into downtown. 405 is up to 50 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. A lot more action right over I-90. Behind that, the Valley Freeway still 45 minutes out of Auburn. That is a 15-minute delay. Hour and 15 to make the entire drive there. Across the lake, well over 30 minutes on I-90, 25 on 520. So it is not going to be an easy day. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. Washington. If the wind's blowing, AAA Washington will help keep you going. To become a member, visit AAAWashington.com.
Thanks for joining us today on Seattle's Morning News. Along with Manda Factor, I'm Charlie Harger.
It was a scary scene in West Seattle. A 20-year-old man is behind bars right now, accused of stabbing one man and attacking two other people outside a grocery store.
And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with the latest. Luke?
This happened near the PCC Market on California Avenue in West Seattle. West Seattle High School, just on the other side of the street from this scene. Yesterday evening, police say the suspect stabbed his first victim, a 47-year-old man, in the arm. That victim ran inside the PCC for help. He was taken to Harborview Medical Center in stable condition. Next, police say the suspect ran up to a second victim and stole her phone. Then police say he threatened a third victim before taking off. Police searched the area with a canine unit and found the suspect, they say, less than a mile away. He was booked into King County Jail on suspicion of assault and robbery. No word yet if drugs or another issue is involved here.
Luke, thank you. More cuts are coming to Microsoft. The company is reporting they plan to cut 3% of their global workforce. Microsoft told CNBC the cuts are not related to performance. It's an effort to reduce layers of management. No word on when the new layoffs will happen. 10,000 Microsoft employees were let go in 2023.
A man pulled from a house fire in Everett is in critical condition this morning. Neighbors tell KIRO 7 TV the flames broke out quickly last night. Some even saw the man laying outside the home.
When we picked up the guy, he was like, "No, guys, shoot me. Take a gun, shoot me."
I saw the guy he was out on the street bleeding.
Yeah, it was not a pleasant sight to see.
At one point, there was a criminal investigation because police thought there were more victims inside the home. No word on what started the fire.
Nobody was hurt when an RV crashed and caught fire inside the Mount Baker Tunnel yesterday. It shut down all eastbound lanes out of Seattle on I-90 for about several hours. This driver spoke to KIRO 7 TV.
So everything stopped, and then I started to see these, bellows of black smoke coming up from sort of the other end of the tunnel, and knew that something serious had happened.
Fire started just after 12:30 yesterday afternoon. It took until 7 p.m. to reopen. WashDOT had to inspect the tunnel for any damage, and they have a fire suppression system within the tunnel.
It's 8:07.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Good to have you here today. I'm Charlie, along with Manda.
And Chris and David are here too.
Got a sing-songy tone to my voice right now.
Morning editor Katrina Gishard is at the news desk as well.
Yesterday, it was rough for the Mariners.
We're going to move along.
4 in a row, Manda. 4 in a row.
Today, what did I say? New opportunity to start a brand new winning streak.
You're known for your optimism.
I try.
Okay. Coming up on this hour of the show, we head to Jerusalem and speak live with CBS News correspondent Linda Gradstein. This is after that good news yesterday where the American hostage Eden Alexander was released by Hamas.
Also coming up this hour, G. Scott weighs in on the new bill signed by the governor cracking down on dangerous drivers.
It's 8:08. Seattle police broke up a large gathering of street racers over the weekend. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lancy.
Police say more than 100 street racers gathered near First Avenue South and South Spokane Street. This was around 11:30 Saturday night. Police flooded the area and dispersed the racers and the crowd that had gathered to watch. Right after that, about 20 vehicles gathered near 12th and Jackson. Police broke that group up. Then 10 more cars showed up at a parking lot near 4th and Denny. Police watched them until they left. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
3 fugitives are on the loose in western Washington and may still be in the area. One of them on home detention less than a week and cut off his ankle monitor and disappeared. We get the update from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Police say 38-year-old David Williford has a history of child sex crimes, incest, and animal abuse. He cut off his ankle monitor May 5th at his mom's West Seattle home and hasn't been seen since. Here's Jim Feuda with Crime Stoppers.
Who knows if he's going to do some kind of last hurrah or if he's gone way off the deep end and he's going to go on some kind of spree that will not be good for anybody in the public.
Williford is 6'4" and is now believed to be bald and is missing a finger. If you know of his whereabouts, call 911 or Crime Stoppers at 800-222-TIPS. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
3 people have died in a climbing accident. This happened in the North Cascades. KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch reports.
It happened at a popular rock formation in the area of the North Early Winter Spire. Christina Woodworth with Okanagan County Sheriff's Search and Rescue says 4 climbers from Renton and Bellevue were descending in a steep gully.
They were clipped into some sort of equipment and it was not able to hold their weight and it failed.
She says they fell together. 3 died. 1 survived Sunday's accident and hiked out for help. He's hospitalized. The bodies of the others have been brought down from the mountain. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Visitors to the Space Needle were greeted by protesters yesterday. Union photographers who provide professional services to individuals and group tours were surprised last week when the parent company announced their entire department is being eliminated. The small group of photographers decided to unionize a year ago. They were near the finishing line on a new contract when the abrupt notice came through. The Space Needle Group tells us more visitors are opting to use their cell phones over those photography services. They say this was not an easy decision. The union photographers' last day will be May 22nd.
This comes as hundreds of healthcare workers walked off the job yesterday at Peace Health Hospital in Bellingham. Union workers include physician assistants, technicians, housekeepers. A lab tech tells KIRO 7 TV they're fighting for better pay and benefits.
The goal is to have a good, fair contract, one that serves the most people possible in our union. We are at this point because nothing else is working.
They plan to stay on the picket line for 5 straight days. A hospital spokesperson says they have temporary workers in place as bargaining continues.
There could be layoffs at the Washington State Library due to diminished state and federal funding. The Office of the Secretary of State says it already delivered 47 at-risk of layoff letters over the past 2 weeks to library employees. Staff and state-funded positions were notified of a potential layoff date of June 30th. For federally funded positions, it's September 30th. Officials say the legislature passed an operating budget without including any of the $6.7 million requested to support the library. Even though a bill currently awaiting the governor's action will provide some budgetary relief, the funding gap is already having a measurable effect on services, most notably at the Research Library in Tumwater.
We could see new hybrid electric ferries sailing as early as 2029, but getting there won't be easy or cheap. Seattle Times says just 2 shipbuilders submitted bids by yesterday's deadline. Eastern Shipbuilding from Florida came in at just under $715 million for 3 ferries. Nichols Brothers from Whidbey Island, their price was over $1 billion. That is 32% higher than the state expected. Both bids include escalation clauses, so prices may go even higher. Washington State Ferry says it hopes to award the contract within 2 weeks.
It's 8:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Might see a few peaks of sunshine for the afternoon. We are seeing just widely scattered showers this morning. Otherwise, just a mostly cloudy day. 65 for today. Tomorrow, showers early on and 60. Some clearing by afternoon and then showers in the afternoon on Thursday with a high of only 55. It's cloudy and 52 in Seattle right now.
And let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And it is an ugly day out there across the board. Our travel times are elevated by about 10 minutes just about everywhere. I'm going to start with the drive out of Snohomish County where we've been working with a crash near the Mill Creek interchange, blocking the right-hand lane. That's one of the reasons why we're slow from 128th on down, and then really heavy pulling away from Linwood. I mean, we have got about an hour and a half drive from Everett to Seattle. That's about 15 minutes slower than it should be. I mean, it's bumper to bumper down through Shoreline, just the slightest of breaks, and then you hit it again basically from Northgate all the way across the Ship Canal Bridge. Southbound 405 is looking at about an hour and 15-minute trip, maybe an hour and 20, because it is not as filled in all the way down through Kirkland. The Renton to Bellevue Drive still struggling at about 50 minutes, but that's become normal on Tuesdays. Behind that, the Valley Freeway has picked up the pace just a little bit. 40 minutes out of Auburn and an hour and 10 all the way from Federal Way, but at least we're trending in the right direction there, and most of Pierce County is trying to clear out, but it's just going to take a little bit longer. Federal Way to Seattle still struggling at an hour and 25 minutes. 50 of those minutes are from South Center, and that's just volume. That's just a lot of people heading up that direction. Coming westbound across I-90, we did have a stall right outside the Mount Baker Tunnel, and that's why we're seeing brake lights approaching Rainier. We've got probably 30 minutes on I-90 from Bellevue to Seattle, about 20 on 520. So we are not enjoying a good day out there. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
Let's head over to the news desk now, and watching headlines is Katrina Gashard.
Alaska Airlines launched its first Seattle-Tokyo flight yesterday. Alaska Airlines CEO Ben Minicucci tells CBS Mornings why now is the time to launch international flights.
This is, for us, a transformational opportunity that comes to us once in a long, long time.
Alaska merged with Hawaiian Airlines last September. The $1.9 billion merger expanded Alaska's reach. According to the Seattle Times, Alaska Airlines will have a new nonstop route from SeaTac to Europe sometime in 2026. We're still waiting on details. Over in Federal Way, police made an arson arrest after a couple of box trucks caught fire. South King Fire shared video of a U-Haul and Penske truck filled with flames. This happened in the parking lot of a Home Depot. Police say they arrested the suspect but haven't revealed details about why investigators believe the person set those trucks on fire.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's morning news on KIRO Newsradio.
8:15, President Trump is on his way to, well, he is in Saudi Arabia as part of the first leg of his second foreign trip since returning to office. And CBS News reporter Torian Small has more.
Before departing, the president weighed in on reports that Qatar is planning to give the U.S. a luxury jet that he could use as Air Force One.
I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. But I thought it was a great gesture.
The potential gift has sparked criticism from Democrats and others who say it's unethical, if not illegal. Torian Small, CBS News, the White House.
In a joint statement yesterday, U.S. and Chinese officials agreed to a 90-day suspension of most, but not all, of the tariffs both sides have imposed since the Trump administration started the trade war with China. Now, the Trump administration says the temporary agreement will reduce the level of tariffs still in place on Chinese goods to about 30%. China reduces its levies on American imports to 10%. We get more from CBS News correspondent Anna Corin in Hong Kong.
China's economy has been vulnerable to President Trump's trade war. Youth unemployment, lack of domestic consumption, and the fallout from the property crisis have exacerbated the pain at home. Economists I've spoken to say considering this was President Trump's trade war, he has caved to Beijing.
Trade conflict becomes very painful.
While world-renowned China expert Michael Pettis told me that neither side has the stomach for the economic pain of a worsening confrontation, which is why both sides have agreed to back off for now.
Before the president left for Saudi Arabia, he held a press conference and he talked about ways to lower drug prices. With that story, here's CBS's Naomi Ruckham.
The president signed an executive order setting a 30-day deadline for drug companies to lower their prices to levels similar to those charged in other wealthy nations, or else they could face steep caps in Medicare payments.
Big Pharma will either abide by this principle voluntarily or will use the power of the federal government.
After abruptly firing both the Librarian of Congress and the Register of Copyrights last week, President Trump has appointed Justice Department officials, including his former personal attorney, to fill those roles. CBS News Department of Justice correspondent Scott McFarlane has more.
Dr. Hayden's firing was a surprise to all involved, including her employees, we're told. She was fired in a brief email from the Trump Personnel Office late Friday. And in the time since, the administration has named Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, Trump's former criminal defense lawyer, to be the acting Librarian of Congress.
A top Trump administration official ventured into some mucky waters.
No comment from Health Secretary Kennedy over his chosen swimming hole on Mother's Day. He posted pictures to X from a Sunday hike with some of his kids and grandkids in Washington, D.C.'s Dumbarton Oak Park. Some feature RFK Jr. and the little ones wading, and the health secretary submerged in the contaminated Rock Creek, where swimming's been banned for more than 50 years because of high levels of fecal bacteria. The National Park Service warns that while the water may look clean, cool, and inviting, it's teeming with potential waterborne illnesses and chemicals that flow in from surrounding communities through storm drains and rainfall. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The Consumer Price Index report out this morning shows the annual inflation rate was slightly down from March at 2.3% in April. Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady says the numbers don't reflect the latest tariff moves by the administration.
Remember those tariffs that went in place at the beginning of February, the 10% on goods coming from China that increased to 20% because of the fentanyl? You see that in the vehicle parts. That was up 2.2% monthly. Think about where we get a lot of our vehicle parts. But these broader tariffs that went from 145% to 30% that we just saw, that's really not in there yet because a lot of companies have stockpiled.
CBS News analysis of federal data reveals the U.S. has only reduced its greenhouse gas emissions by 17% from 2005 levels.
That figure was only revealed because an environmental group requested it under the Freedom of Information Act when the EPA failed to produce its mandatory annual report on emissions for the first time in 3 decades. An analysis of the data by CBS News shows that the transportation sector generates the most carbon emissions, but environmentalists fear that Trump policies, which support more fossil fuel use, will increase the amount of climate pollution the U.S. generates in the future. Tracy Wolf, CBS News.
An American returned to Israel after spending more than a year and a half in Gaza in the custody of Hamas.
Reporting from Jerusalem and joining us live from CBS News is Linda Gradstein. She joins us now. Linda, what can you tell us about this hostage and the reasons for his return?
Well, his name is Idan Alexander. He is 21 years old. He came to Israel by himself when he was 18. His parents are Israeli, but he came to be what's called a lone soldier. In other words, to join the Israeli army without his parents. In fact, he was not even supposed to be at the base on October 7th, 2023, when Hamas invaded, but he offered to sort of switch and to let other soldiers go home. He was captured. He apparently was held in very, very difficult conditions. He was held in a cage. He was repeatedly tortured because he was a soldier rather than some of the other hostages who were civilians. He was freed because of President Trump. Simple, and that's it. He's a dual U.S.-Israeli citizen, and President Trump repeatedly said that he wanted to see him freed, and it was done as a gesture to President Trump at the beginning of his trip through the Gulf. Now, there's hope that this could restart the sort of frozen negotiations between Israel and Hamas over a ceasefire and ending the war in Gaza.
When you say frozen, there are no talks happening right now?
Well, today there have been no talks for the last couple of months. In fact, Idan Alexander was the first hostage released in 3 months. And what happened 3 months ago is that Israel broke a ceasefire that had been agreed on with Hamas. And since then, there's been heavy fighting. And I think it's important to just remark that the Palestinian Health Ministry, which of course is affiliated with Hamas, says that in the year and a half since the war began, 52,000 Palestinians have been killed, 18,000 of them children. Israel disputes those figures to some degree, and there's really no way to know exactly how many people were killed, but it has exacted a terrible price on Gaza. The problem with the negotiations, Israel today sent a delegation to Qatar, again, under pressure from President Trump. But before they left, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that the only way that Israel will agree to end the war is if Hamas agrees to completely disarm. There are still 58 hostages being held by Hamas, and only 21 of them are believed to still be alive.
Linda, as I understand it, some Qataris are major funders of Hamas. Is it possible that these are the same people applying pressure to Hamas to have released Idan?
Well, it's certainly possible that, Qatar pressured Hamas to do that. And, there have been some people in Israel saying, well, if they could pressure Hamas to release Idan Alexander, why can't they pressure Hamas to release all of the hostages, both alive and dead? It's hard to see what this round of negotiations will bring that previous ones haven't. At the same time, Israel has started calling up tens of thousands of reservists, some of them for the 5th, 6th, 7th time, and says it is poised for a massive operation in Gaza and that Israel will continue to hold on to large parts of Gaza. So basically what you're talking about is a repeated Israeli occupation of Gaza. Now, that's something, President Trump wants this war to finish. It's just a question of how much pressure he will bring on Netanyahu. The majority of the Israeli public, by the way, also supports an end to the war in exchange for the freedom of all of the hostages.
Linda, thank you very much for the update this morning. Linda Gradstein with CBS News with us from Jerusalem.
It's 8:24, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we have a new crash to tell you about up in the Mill Creek area, southbound I-5, just before you get to 164th, just down the hill from that sweeping right-hand corner. We've got the HOV lane blocked. A couple of different cars involved here. Fire department just showed up, so there's a lot going on right there. We're backed up all the way to 112th coming out of the Everett Mall area. Hour and a half from Everett to Seattle and about an hour and 20 from Everett into Bellevue. It is just not a very good drive out of Snohomish County today. Not many gaps in the slowing except on 405 south of Kirkland. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle, also up at about an hour and 25 minutes. 50 of those minutes are from South Center. So as you hit the brakes right there by the Boeing Freeway, Boeing Field, you're going to be on it all the way up past I-90. Speaking of I-90, you've got about a 30-minute trip to go from Bellevue to Seattle. We had an earlier stall that was blocking the right lane just outside the Mount Baker Tunnel. That has cleared, but the damage is done. 520 is heavy through Montlake, but 25 minutes for the drive there. Rented to Bellevue, over 50 minutes. The Valley Freeway still struggling at an hour. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. Don't take a rain check on your next outing. Feel confident on the road with AAA Washington. To become a member, visit AAAWashington.com.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
KIRO Newsradio, winners of 3 2025 Regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, including Overall Excellence.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey live in Linwood.
Bunch of tall trees in a wooded area just off of Alderwood Mall Parkway.
And we thank you.
We are the Northwest leading news station because of you, inspiring us every day to deliver the local news and stories you care about.
KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
That's right, Dave. And WaFd Bank offers Collect Early to Do It, which opens cash flow for things you need, like hiring summer staff or adding inventory. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. You'll also get access to other services to efficiently run your business, like projection programs for income and expenses, so you can focus on what really powers your business, your customers.
That sounds like a pretty helpful tool, Brad, because cash flow can be an issue for small businesses. So how does that work again?
With Collect Early, you don't wait weeks to get your invoices paid. It works with just about any invoicing software. So all you need to do is drag and drop to get funds deposited in your WaFd account and use it to help run your business.
Getting paid in hours, not weeks, the way nature intended. Go to wafdbank.com or visit your local branch. Discover why they were awarded Best Bank 3 years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter? Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Plumbing emergency?
don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net. Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in. From every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
Tough play. Air Williamson reels it in.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch and that 2-2 on the way to Young. It is strike 3 called and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Be here for this week's Mariners marquee matchup. Cal Raleigh and the crew are squaring off against Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees tonight at 6:40 and tomorrow afternoon at 1:10. Don't miss the action. Go to mariners.com/tickets to lock in your seats for this AL East showdown at T-Mobile Park.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
If it's time for a new bath, go with a name you can trust, Bathfitter Northwest. Bathfitter is the original one-day bath remodeler, and right now they're offering 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Call Bathfitter today.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. A driver is under arrest on suspicion of DUI. This is after state troopers say he rammed into a parked dump truck and a worker.
This happened overnight along Highway 7 in Spanaway, and we learn more from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
State troopers say the driver crashed into a construction zone along State Route 7 and 188, hit that dump truck and another vehicle, and those vehicles then hit the worker. Troopers say the suspect's car then burst into flames and several people pulled the suspect out of the car. The driver was arrested eventually on suspicion of driving under the influence. That worker was taken to a local hospital in serious condition. This happened, though, just 1 week before National Work Zone Awareness Week. According to WSDOT, last year there were more than 1,600 work zone-related crashes on state highways. Close to 600 people were injured. Hopefully that worker will be okay.
Thank you, Luke. It's 8:32.
Seattle police have a man in custody for stabbing one person and robbing another. This happened just before 6 o'clock last night. Officers found a man who had been stabbed in the arm near California Avenue Southwest. He was taken to the hospital. Police said the suspect also grabbed a second person's arm and stole her phone before threatening a third person with a knife. Neither of those people hurt. Officers found and arrested the suspect near 51st Avenue and Southwest Pritchard Street.
Whatcom County has its first confirmed case of mumps in 7 years. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay with more.
Whatcom County health officials say the patient was an adult who was recovering at home and did not have to be hospitalized. They may have been exposed to mumps while on a cruise ship overseas. There's no risk to the general public. Symptoms of the mumps include puffy cheeks and a tender swollen jaw, fever, headaches, muscle aches, tiredness, and a loss of appetite. There's no treatment for it, but there is the measles, mumps, rubella, or MMR vaccine to prevent it. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Well, Sound Transit is for the first time reporting that light rail over Lake Washington will not happen by the end of the year. The schedule for linking Seattle and Bellevue is now trending toward early 2026, they say. That's the first public acknowledgement of more delays. The extension over the lake was supposed to open in 2020.
It's 8:33, and Chris Sullivan, with a smile on his face, is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic
I
desk.
told you so. I told you so.
I'm not happy about it, but it's like, yeah. I mean, yeah. Anyway, we've got a pretty nasty crash up in the north end. This one's blocking the HOV lane on southbound I-5 right as you get kind of the crest of the hill heading down toward Ashway at 164th there. So we're still rolling at an hour and a half from Everett to Seattle and about an hour and 20 from Everett into Bellevue. It is not a very good drive. We are just struggling on that corridor out of Snohomish County. And to add a little insult to injury, we've got a crash in the express lanes on southbound I-5 right after 520. The left lane is blocked, so that's why you're kind of backed up out of the U District there on the lower deck of the Ship Canal Bridge. The Federal Way to Seattle drive is starting to get a little bit better through Federal Way. It's just going to take a little bit longer, but we still have 50 minutes out of South Center, so that puts us at about an hour and 15 to go all the way, maybe a little bit over. So well into the red on that drive. Rented to Bellevue's over 50 minutes, so bumper to bumper through the S-curves, then more at the north end. There is spillover onto the Valley Freeway significantly. Still 30 minutes out of Auburn and over 50 out of Puyallup. And again, we're starting to see some more brake lights just north of Sumner where we had that earlier crash this morning, so not great. The drive across the lake, 30 minutes on I-90 and 25 on 520. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
And our forecast, we're going to see a mostly cloudy day with a few peaks of sunshine and a few scattered showers here and there. 65 the high for today. Tomorrow, you'll likely see some showers early on, a high of 60 with some sun breaks by afternoon. And then Thursday, the shower activity will happen in the afternoon with a high of 55. It's cloudy in Seattle and 52 right now.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
It is one of the busiest and most congested interchanges in the state, and you won't be able to use it for a week.
This is going to be a hot mess. Sully is here with details about the closure of Highway 18 right at I-90.
Yeah, this is going to leave a significant mark. SR 18 closes at 9 p.m. Thursday and won't reopen until 5 a.m. next Wednesday. That's just over 5 days of frustration for drivers who just want to use SR 18 under I-90 in Snoqualmie. That's just the small area that they're blocking off, but it's vital. It's the part of 18 that goes under I-90 and allows all the different movements to the different directions that you want to go. And we'll get into what that means here in a moment. But WashDOT's David Rasbach says contractors need this closure to build the southern section of the new interchange.
If you're heading northbound on SR 18, you're going to have to get on eastbound I-90. And similarly, if you're headed southbound on Snoqualmie Parkway, you're going to have to get on westbound I-90.
For eastbound I-90 drivers, you will not be able to access southbound 18. For westbound I-90 drivers, you will not be able to head up to Snoqualmie Parkway. The only thing and the only option you really have here is to go whatever direction they direct you to, go up an exit and loop around. That's basically what everybody is going to have to do. And Rasbach says this was going to cause major headaches for everyone.
Definitely expect extra time. Plus, you got to factor in the extra distance you have to travel for the detours looping out to the next interchanges. So just expect it to take more time.
And this might not be the only major full closure of SR 18 in this same area. Rasbach says they will need some extended time to build the north end of the interchange here coming up soon.
That is still to be determined. Yeah, that'll either be another longer closure or a series of shorter closures. We're still determining what will be the best way for that.
Now, the entire interchange, which is a diverging diamond configuration, is on schedule to open this summer. Widening of SR 18 just south of I-90 up to the Tiger Mountain Summit, that should wrap up this fall. But then some big changes are coming for you here in the next couple of weeks to be prepared for.
We are anticipating moving traffic onto the new Deep Creek and Raging River bridges in the next few weeks, early June perhaps. So that'll be a big milestone for this project.
And a really big change for drivers as they go on to some of that new completed work and then the washed out works on the other side. So this is going to be the second completed diverging diamond interchange in the region, and it should finally make a difference to that congestion.
The whole reason we're building the diverging diamond interchange is to improve traffic flow through this busy corridor, which is one of the busiest interchanges in the state.
But we're not done. Once this work is complete, WashDOT's going to start on the widening and paving of SR 18 down the west slope of Tiger Mountain to the Issaquah-Hobart Road. So we've got about, let me check my watch, about 5 years more of construction to deal with as that comes online over the next year.
Thanks.
Well, I think about, by the way, how much of a headache it is every weekend. I'm trying to get onto 18 from I-90. I'm heading westbound from, somewhere, if I'm up in the Cascades, North Bend, whatever. And on a good day, you're waiting 30 minutes in that mile-plus long backup trying to get off the freeway there. People are cutting in and doing things they shouldn't. This weekend's going to be a real headache.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing about the diverging diamond in this particular location, when that signal at the bottom of that ramp from westbound 90 to southbound 18, when you get that signal, it will be able to clear out almost all of that traffic there, depending on how bad the backup is, because you can then go straight or make a designated left turn without waiting for oncoming traffic. So people say who are coming down from Snoqualmie and just want to go straight, or the people coming westbound on 90 and want to take a left, all those people will be moving in one direction at one time, and there won't be any conflicts. So that should allow that backup to clean out a lot faster. That's why the diamond is going to work there so well.
And there's a little picture of it at mynorthwest.com as well as your story, which really kind of helps put your mind around it.
Yeah, and I'll put some video up there too. The DOT has a bunch of videos on. I shot one at the first Diverging Diamond, which is open in Lacey. Once you do it once, it makes total sense. And you're like, oh, okay, this is not a big deal. But just follow the signs and follow the road, which I know can be difficult at sometimes for some of us. But yeah, they work really well, and I'm excited to see how this works and whether or not it actually takes care of the congestion.
I had a little problem going onto that Diverging Diamond, going to Cabela's.
How?
I got confused. It's scary.
But now that you know, you'll be fine, right?
I'll be fine.
But it took once. What did you end up doing? Did you end up having to
Going
go
in
straight?
circles?
Yeah, I remember the aftermath of my wife and children screaming, "What are you doing?"
Well, that's because you're on the wrong side of the road.
But it's the right side of the road.
But it's the way it's supposed to be. It's the way it's designed. I could see that.
Yeah. Never again. Okay.
Good times.
Yeah, good times. Got it figured out. Okay, traffic is coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Grainger. Ashley Crossan has just been named 2025 National Teacher of the Year for her impact on students. Who does she give the credit for this honor?
The kids are amazing. I don't have to do much because they come in, they show up, and they make the job easy.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions, made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater. We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
I'm Macy House with Baird Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
It's 8:43, and Chris Sullivan is back with us at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've got some positive news over the last 10 minutes. We've cleared the two issues that we were dealing with. One of them up in the Mill Creek area. The HOV lane is back open on southbound 5. As you approach Ash Way there, 164th, the problem is we're backed up all the way to the Boeing Freeway. And we've got, big delay there. And then you hit it again in Mount Lake Terrace. And then you hit it again from Northgate on down. Hour and a half plus from Everett to Seattle. About an hour and 20 from Everett to Bellevue. We have a pretty good gap away from Linwood on I-405, but that's just because everyone's a little trapped up a little bit further to the north. The other issue that we had was the left lane being blocked in the express lanes on southbound 5 approaching 520. That is now out of the way. We still have a backup through the U District, but nothing super significant. The westbound across the lake bridges, though, we are really struggling. It's 30 minutes on 520 and now 35 on I-90 as you see the brake lights begin across Mercer Island. Definitely Tuesday seeing the Amazon effect in effect as we make our drive. The Federal Way to Seattle drive still up over an hour and 15 minutes with 50 of those minutes from South Center. Northbound 405 getting closer to an hour now to make that drive from Renton to Bellevue, about 15 minutes slower than you probably wanted when you walked out the door. Brake lights begin again by Factoria over the top of I-90 into downtown Bellevue. Valley Freeway still about an hour. Heavy brake lights in Sumner, right where we had the scene of that earlier crash this morning. Looks like they might be doing some vehicle recovery there, so we'll have more for you on that one in 10 minutes. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online. DigSafeWA.com.
We're going to stay mostly cloudy for the day. Very spring-like, though. We'll see some sun breaks possibly and a few showers here and there this morning. 65 our high for today. Tomorrow, showers when you wake up, warming up to 60, some clearing in the afternoon, and then on Thursday, the showers come in the afternoon hours. Right now, mostly cloudy, and it's 52 in Seattle.
8:45, let's head to the news desk with KIRO Newsradio morning editor Katrina Gishard.
More cuts are coming to Microsoft. The company reports it plans to cut 3% of its global workforce. Microsoft told CNBC the cuts are not related to performance. It's an effort to reduce layers of management. No word on when the layoffs will happen. 10,000 employees were let go back in 2023. Last year's Super Bowl halftime performer will be in Seattle this weekend.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Kendrick Lamar will be joined by SZA this Saturday at 7 p.m. inside Lumen Field.
Tell me what you gonna do to me.
It's part of the duo's grand national tour. The two artists collaborated on the Black Panther soundtrack song, All the Stars, as well as Luther off of Kendrick's latest album.
You know what I think we should try to do? Let's get Sully into this concert. Just shoot a reaction video.
That would be epic and also frightening for me. Yes.
I don't mind Kendrick Lamar. I just have no idea who the
SZA?
other person is.
You don't know SZA?
No idea.
Okay.
Sully.
We'll talk about this.
It's 8:46. On the way, G. Scott stops by the studio for our morning chat.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer the exclusive K-Guard gutter system. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. Call today or visit us online at guardianroofing.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See you with the full details and disclaimer.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
And joining us now from the G and Ursula Show, G. Scott. You can hear him 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. Good morning, G.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning.
So let's talk about this. We have this new law which was signed by the governor yesterday. Basically, if you are a reckless speeder, you've done this, you have a track record of doing this, you get a governor, a speed limiter put on your car. It's basically like a breathalyzer, and you are only able to go a certain speed. Your thoughts?
Love it. Should have been doing this a long time ago. We have a problem, especially post-pandemic, of people losing their damn minds behind the wheels. You all have been out there. It's not a secret. Sully talks about it. There are people that are driving reckless constantly. What you're on the freeway, whether it's on the 405 or I-5 or whatever the case might be, and all of a sudden somebody from behind you going 100 miles per hour. This is just dumb already. I love that this is happening. I really love it. And the crazy part about it is this. Just like the blow and go, it costs money, right? So when you got that blow and go, you got to pay for installation. You got to pay to keep it maintained. Well, with this, the ISA, the Intelligent Speed Assistance devices, when that's in your car now, you got to pay for installation. You got to pay to maintain it. And I bet you're going to learn your lesson then. Stop speeding.
Do you think people will learn their lesson, or should there be more?
Well, I'll say this. If you don't learn a lesson by having something in your vehicle that prevents you from speeding, and you have to show up every 2 weeks to go get that calibrated and pay money for that, now I don't know what to tell you. But usually you learn your lesson when you have to come out of your pocket books for something like that. And by the way, have you ever known someone with the ISA on their vehicle? No, neither have I. So
what I can tell you, I was at a popular car stereo shop, a well-known car stereo shop, about, 3-4 months ago. The phone was ringing off the hook with people with ignition interlock devices. That is basically their business model right now. I had no idea when I was in there.
It's funny you say that. I used to, so back in the day when I would clean cars. I was a car detailer, and I would do business with some of these audio places, vehicles like you're talking about. That was their business off to the side, was recalibrating blow and goes, installing blow and goes. And if you're listening right now and you've had one of these in your vehicle, you know how much you got to go pay every time you see them, and it's court ordered. So if you don't have it in your car, you in trouble.
Is there an easy way of avoiding using the blow and go or the speed limiter? I can't. Don't drink and drive.
And don't speed.
That was a trick question.
A really free, cheap way to do it.
Yeah, I remember back in the day.
Geez, about to give us some advice.
No, I was just debating on telling the story, and I was like,
maybe not.
maybe not.
Anything that starts with back in the day is probably not safe.
Man, they're going to cut that one. That was good. You're right. All right, we'll get on out of here safely. Good to see you guys. Good morning. Oh, by the way, yard work, why didn't y'all tell me? Doing yard work makes you sore.
Yeah.
But hey, Sully, you was out there too.
Of course. Yeah.
I'm back out there today, though.
Yeah, I might be. I've got work to do.
Oh, yeah.
Trust me.
I'm
You
back
guys
out
want
there
to come out to my
mess.
place?
No.
No? Okay. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Sully.
And we are looking at a heavy commute still out of the north end, even though we have reopened the HOV lane on southbound I-5, working your way past Mill Creek. Still have a backup all the way to the Boeing Freeway and about an hour and a half trip to go from Everett into Seattle. We are definitely not seeing the volume through Mountlake Terrace. That's because everyone is kind of stuck a little bit further to the north. But then from Northgate on down, it's going to be pretty heavy. 405 southbound, about an hour and 15 minutes. You have the breaks to get through even before you get to 405, and then it's somewhat normal of a commute all the rest of the way down. Northbound I-5 continues to struggle. Federal Way to Seattle, hour and 20 minutes, with 45 of those minutes from South Center. We still have heavy brake lights up past 188. Wondering if we might have something there by 188 working your way into SeaTac. Haven't been able to find it yet. Rented to Bellevue, close to an hour. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, we're trying to get better in Auburn. It's certainly thinned out in Sumner. Most of Pierce County has cleared out, but you're looking at 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Across the lake, you're going to need more than 30 minutes on I-90 and almost 30 on 520. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Our forecast, nothing too threatening for today. Might see a few scattered showers, widely scattered showers. Maybe some sunbreaks too, and a high today of 65. Tomorrow, showers early on, and Thursday afternoon we'll see showers as well. Otherwise, just mostly cloudy and sunbreaks, typical spring stuff. It's cloudy and 52 in Seattle right now.
Coming up on the G and Ursula show, the controversial weapon Seattle police will begin using on crowds of protesters. G and Ursula will talk about it next on KIRO Newsradio.
Summer's fast approaching, which makes this the perfect time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. Get ahead of the game with services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever way they want to pay. Plus, get industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support so you can get back to the important stuff. WaFd Bank has the knowledge and experience to make your business goals a reality. WaFd Bank, built for business. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions.